Alright, so in this video, basically going over a bunch of tips and tricks for leveling. There's a whole bunch. Some of these tips and tricks come from racers, others kind of come from different just experiences. I've probably made over 300 characters. I think there's one league where I made 30 characters in a league, so I'm pretty efficient at getting through the story. Unassisted, usually about right at 4.5 hours. If I'm assisted, meaning I can grab a few key portal hops from a guildmate or something, can get it down to about 2 hours. There's just a few sections where you just run a ton between portals, and there's really no quest or anything, especially once you get to X8, 9, and 10. You're basically just running between portals, picking up one item, and then running to the next portal. And if you have somebody giving you those portals, you can shorten that time significantly. Few places in, like Act 4, if you don't have to run through the comb zones, for example, and the Duresso zones, and just pop to their second tiers. That shaves 5 to 10 minutes off. Not having to deal with their boss phasing times and stuff. So, but anyways, to the actual leveling. So we picked up our weapon. First thing we're gonna do, change this to move, and we're also gonna put move on W. Reason for that is if we leave it on just left mouse, which is pretty much gonna always be at this point, you can't interact. So if I click here, I can click here, but then if I click here, I drop my shank. If I use my W key to move, I can actually have my item and work on inventory. So I could actually be over here moving this while I'm still moving this. So you can actually kind of move around while interacting. And then of course helps to find at least an attack. There you go. Then we'll put our Viper here. But now I can, like I said, pick my weapon up and still move around the map. So this is one trick that the racers use, because you can see I can continually to move while equipping my support gem there. So it allows you just to kind of move around with while still inventory management. Obviously, as you get into later on where you have less inventory management, it's less important. We're at Hillock. We're kiting him around. If you kind of just dance around him, you don't get hit because he's got a really slow attack. And this can actually help, keep you from, because if you stand here and just try and do this, you get an extra hit or two, but you see how you kind of run. And then the other thing is you want to kind of start kiting him back to the door once it gets low. That way you're already over here when that happens. So when he's dead, you go there. So I'm going to actually be power leveling myself. So I've already picked up a whole bunch of gear. And so we're just going to pop in to do that because I really want to focus more on the actual leveling component versus, killing monsters and dragging along on doing that. Come on. Just want some colors for later when we pick up a few things. There we go. Alright. This on. This on. We're going to start with a Val Smite. We're going to go and pick that up. These are all level 8, so we'll wait there. Grabbing some extra flask that are for the next leveling, just so I have them in my inventory and we're kind of ready to go. Alright. So when you're in town, you don't have to actually click on anybody to start any of the quests. People do it all the time. Now, obviously, when you're first starting out, a lot of people will obviously need to rush because depending on your class, it's a really bad skill. So obviously, you'll pick up your kind of first skill that you're going to be, building out or going. I'm actually going to be playing Cobra Lash later, so I'm just going to pick it up for leveling, but we're going to put on Smite and Val Smite. Alright, and then always make sure you have always attack without moving when you have a strike skill. And make sure our Val's set up that way. And silly me, forgot to swap weapons to something that actually works for Smite. Let's see. Really isn't too picky what we get. Alright. So as you're mapping through, people always try and figure out, what's the right amount of monsters to kill. And really, you're just wanting to try and stay within the zone's level. So you'll see up here at the top, monster level is 2. Just wanted to try and stay in that by usually at the first couple levels, within 1 or 2 levels. And then as you get to about level 20 character, that can come, I think it's 3, and then 4, and then eventually 5 to in-game. So I'm going to go ahead and do this, even though I'm power leveling, just to kind of go through here. When you're first starting out, you do want to do this because it's going to be your access to your first Quicksilver potion. But when it comes to killing packs, you don't want to kill 1 or 2. You either want to kite them together or when there's 4 or 5. That way you get one hit that kills multiple. And that becomes really helpful. And we're going to kind of cheat here with Val Smite and kill him quickly. But generally just kite him in a circle and you'll be fine. Now you could either go back the other way where you've already killed the monsters. But I always find running here. Now, depending, one trick is you could exit to character selection and that would put you back in town. I don't advise that on League Start. If you're power leveling, then by all means do that. If you do it on League Start, you could potentially end up back in queue because the queue will not have cleared by the time you've gotten past that. So I usually run the full circle, gives you extra experience and you're, a little bit more levels and stuff early on, because you really do want to try and be level 4 before you turn that quest in for your Quicksilver, because it gives your Quicksilver an extra little option on what it can roll. So it kind of boosts it to roll like 1 extra stat range, like 1 extra tier. If you're below level 4, then it's basically a flat level 4 turn in. And so for the flats, there are a trick for the mud flats here. You get these Rowas off. You'll see how these have kind of these little slime pits around them. And then you'll see there's a water trail that flows from them. Those water trails are connected to the next one. So if we come back here, you'll see that it flows over. And I think it was actually this, grudge right here. It was this path. So these water tubes connect these together. So that's how you can quickly find them. If you kind of get turned around or not sure which direction to look or head to first and the yellow icon isn't on your minimap. This section is usually top right, top middle. It's rarely kind of top left of your screen. Thankfully, we now get the waypoints by just running by them. Big quality of life. Here, we just kind of want to press through. Now, depending on your level, you could go ahead and go back to town and pick up your first kind of jump or leap or move skill. I usually don't worry about it too much. I just wait until I get to the kind of the next break point in the kind of story path. So usually you should hopefully have had by now enough luck maybe to have a portal scroll. If so, just drop a portal and keep mapping through. Because if you go down, you have to portal out or use the town reset, log off, log back in, and, basically go through there. And that's really not efficient. I mean, like I said, you could get stuck in a scenario where you're backing queue or you're wasting a town portal to get out of there. So it's just not overly efficient to do that. It's better if you just kind of put your portal there and go ahead and continue to the ledge. You'll have plenty of time. You have about 10 to 15 minutes on average, probably about 10 minutes to get back to that zone before it'll collapse and you have to like remap that zone out again or rediscover it. Usually early on you want to kill these packs of blues. They'll really good source of items. And now the LEDs has changed this league. They've added some new hidden side paths over here for you to go down. It's a bit kind of clunky and there's a lot of extra stuff. So if you're not following the river path, you can get diverted over into this weird area over here now. As you can see, you can really get the damage stacked up on an early level character. That's just not ideal. So just make sure you stay along. There's not a lot of added value to coming over here. You eventually can fight the gentleman, and I think it ends up being a shortcut as far as pathing. But you end up missing out on the waypoint, which really isn't a big issue. To miss on that waypoint if you're kind of moving quick. If you're really a slow build and a slow character, sometimes you'll take that waypoint and use it to go back to town to get some stuff. I'm gonna actually change up a thing real quick here because I want to show a trick on that waypoint. But first, let's get to this zone here. And we'll grab this waypoint so I can go back and show the ledges trick. But I did want to show that it was a shortcut to take that side path, but you were going to be hit with a lot of damage, so be careful. I've seen a lot of people try and take the shortcut and die 2 times, 3 times, and it just didn't pan out. So normally I don't go back to town until I actually get to the prison. So let's do that because I want to show that to you guys. So for this zone, you're always looking to go up. So when you see a path that kind of leans up, you should be good. It's questioned on whether or not it's good to do this Legion here. I usually don't think it's worth the time sink. To be honest, you're going to get about the equivalent of killing, a handful of monsters and stuff. So alright, but as we come through and work our way up here to the prison, or lower prison, We basically get to the point where now we go back to town, and I still don't even turn in. What I do is go down to the submerged passage, and then down into the flooded depths. So now we should be able to get through here pretty quick and easy. We've got additional levels, which are huge because our skills that we're using will be leveling up. Obviously, we have 6 points now in our tree, so I haven't used mine because I already know. But early on, you'll already kind of be figuring your tree out, or you'll know your tree, so you'll be moving through there. So just kind of pathing through here, getting down towards the bottom of the boss. It's usually kind of diagonal from the entrance. He's now marked with the fact that he's a essence monster. So just gotta basically sit here and fight him real quick. Like I said, this fight is a million times easier because we're just higher level. As you can see, I haven't put any skill points in. I haven't put anything in. Haven't did anything but this level. Still using 2 just off the cuff. Axes out of the store. I'm gonna go ahead and just put this stuff on real quick. Actually, see, we could already technically put our large on. Just waiting for that one. We can go ahead and put our ancestral call in. Alright, so now at this point, we can go back to town. We have a whoa. Sometimes you can have a much better, essence as well. And now we're going to do our quick turn-ins. Here, usually you're just going to kind of pick up something that makes sense. If you're traps, this is damage for bossing. This is damage for bosses. If you're doing a lightning build. If you're doing chaos, this is damage. And if you're doing a minion build, obviously Detonate Dead's, a big kind of free damage boost. So none of these really affect our build or anything, but they're here. You get your first kind of dash or frostblink. Choosing this depends on your character. A lot of people. So frostblink has a good range day 1. Dash's range is short, but if you're not until you level, as you level, Dash's range gets farther and farther. The other nice thing with Frostblink is it provides a chill on both ends, which is actually helpful. The other option you might get here is Leap Slam, which obviously for a strength-based build is going to be helpful, or Flame Dash. If you can take Flame Dash, take Flame Dash. It's the best option early. You get 3 casts of it. You're just using it for jumping. It's not like it's ever going to be anything. You're just using it for gap hop. And because of that, I don't like to take dash if I have Frostblink or Flame Dash available. We'll pick up our skill point. And so now we basically can come over here. We've turned this in. You're always going to take the Quicksilver. And then here's kind of your first additional support gem. Again, really nothing that's useful for me. Just because of the build we're going with. And then here's your second. So as you can see, you already start getting an additional kind of support skill. So pick on those which you want, but as you can see, because we waited to go back home, basically back to town, we picked up the ability to kind of leapfrog a lot of the kind of content piece. We're not going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth to town. We can do all of our town stuff in one shot. And, get our flask, look at our gear. Your gear's going to have a lot higher chance. Now, there is one piece to this to realize is if you're really actually shopping for a piece of gear and you're, league starting and you're looking for gear or slots, one trick is you can copy your regex into a notepad and then just copy and paste them in. that will filter based on, you know, number of sockets and color combinations. That's what racers do, or they know them from heart. Every time you level, the shop will refresh because it's trying to upgrade to items that now meet your level. So just a mindset piece there. If you're trying to find a specific like socket combination or such. Um, for me, it doesn't really matter, so we're not going to worry about it there. But we are going to grab some of our tier 8 or level 8 gems that we're going to be able to use here in just a second. And see if we have anything else. We're also going to grab this guy and put these in. We've already grabbed our Frostblink. Alright. So at this point, we're doing good. I'm going to go ahead and grab this replica that I have to swap this guy out with. And I'm going to spend my points. So we're going to... let's just rush through... Now, I try my best to kind of rush to at least one of these nodes. If you're starting Shadow, or a node that or something that gives you life and mana on hit, because it's super strong early on. So we're going to go ahead and go back to the Submerged Passage because I'm going to run through it to the other side again. And show you a trick at the ledge here. Oops, wrong way. Alright. So if you ever come back into the ledge and you have the waypoint, we're not going to take the shortcut this time, which is there. Here we go. What you'll see is these 3 stones that I'm standing on right here will always point you to the other end of the ledge. So if you ever come back to your waypoint here in your ledge and you don't know, you can use those to go. This is helpful if you're going back and forth between zones. For the quests and stuff, because it's early, you need to, you know, turn in items you've picked up for loot, etc. So the next question, now that we're back in the lower prison, which is where the first Ascendancy trial is, do you do the trial now or do you do it later? If there's a waypoint, it's usually really quick and nearby. So the theory is, well, you can't do it until you get all the way to the end of story, you know, kind of basically end of Act 3 anyways. So what's the point in getting these now when you can just come back later? I, however, you know, again, just like I'm here, I've already found it. And that's really kind of boils down. If I'm running through here and I haven't found it yet, I'm not going to backtrack for it. I will just come back and backtrack for it later. So like here, we didn't find where the lab was or the trial was, but we did find the exit for the next level or area. So no point to backtrack, just go to the next area. If I find the lab trial, then I go ahead and run it so that I can go ahead and just get it done, because again, I'd end up backtracking. So the key is trying not to backtrack. It's better to backtrack later, especially in a league start, because you're not going to have move speed boots or you're only going to be 10%, and you're only going to have one Quicksilver flask at this point. So backtracking is a lot of time and a lot of, waste. You're not getting experience because you've probably already killed the monsters. You're not getting, kind of any real value out of doing any of it. So try not to backtrack. I know it's hard because you're like, but I just want to get it done and never have to come back here or forget that I've done it. And if you're new to the game, it's really hard to remember where all of those are. So just trying to work our way through here. I try and keep my Quicksilver potions up if I can. Only because here it's easy to kind of restore them. In the next section, it's a little more tricky to get them back. So once you get to the, and you kind of need them if you want to go fast. Because once you get to the warden's quarters, it's just a ton of running. A lot of running. So having your Quicksilver, especially since you only have one at this moment, super helpful. The thing with Brutus is his main damage really isn't the pull or even those wave slams. These, if you are inside of those will kill you really quickly. So just kind of kite him in a circle. If you stay close, he won't grab you with the chain because he's just going to swing slow, kind of like Brutus does. And then you just have to back out when he goes to start those slams. So the biggest thing that helps with this fight is having a good life potion and a good mana potion. Because you're going to fight him no problem. The fight's easy. Where he's hard or difficult at is the fact you run out of mana. So you can't use your skill. As long as you have mana to fight him, then again, it's pretty simple and straightforward. He's also a good loot spot in general. So things he drops you probably want to check and look at. So now that you're on the prisoner's gate, we can basically take a quick look because you're going to go downhill. Anytime you're in Prisoner's Gate the first time around, you're going downhill. So again, down the paths that are leading down or through channels. Now, there is this one spot where you kind of go back up the hill. So you can kind of go around to the side. So there's kind of that little, like, valley nook that you can get into. Usually you just go to the left or right side and you're cleared again. Once you get back to this kind of drop-off ledge, drop off it and just kind of start hitting across it in whatever direction it leads, and you'll get to the ship graveyard. Alright. So once you're here at the ship graveyard, used to be that you really needed this waypoint. You no longer need it because of what they've changed. Now when you get the All Flame, it teleports you to Fairgraves. So you don't have to come back manually to Fairgraves. So getting the waypoint is less important. This pirate chest, I've fought this guy a couple times. I've done this a few times. I haven't had much luck in getting really much of value out of doing this pirate's chest. I mean, you'll see here real quick. I'll run it just so you can see. I mean, it's possible. I mean, you basically get to fight this guy who's, double ghosted, which isn't a really big deal, but can be hard. But you can see, like, at best, we got a scroll of wisdom and an increased pot or potion, life potion, which chances are, depending on how well you're leveling or moving through the story mode, you're better off just clicking on a chest. If you are serious about trying it early game, chests, or especially white chests, are great for experience if you're falling behind the zone. We're the same level, so it's just a waste, but if we're falling. So the question is, we got to find the kind of cavern that has the all flame in it. I always skip that and just try and hit straight for the caverns of wrath first. And make sure we tag that waypoint and come back. Again, it's kind of based to whatever one you find first is the most efficient, because you just don't want to be backtracking. So, but now we found the ship graveyard. This zone's just maddening. I'm sure there's some trick to figuring the way through it faster. I've looked at a couple options to see if there's anything that makes it stand out, and I haven't really found anything. What I have found is trying not to kill those guys with the tar pits that leave when you kill them, as that's a little annoying, but you just kind of zigzag your way through, find your way across, and it's not too terrible. It just loves to, fool you and try and make you backtrack some. But it's a good place where you kind of get caught up on levels anyways. You don't have to fight the rare here, except for she could do that and just freeze you. And then here's that teleport I was talking about, where you have Fairgraves. If you don't have an AoE or a good kind of clear here, these can be a little rough, but not really. I mean, they're not that hard, but they do give a lot of experience fighting this early. Some people skip this and just in total. I like to do it because it's worth about a quarter to a half of an experience bar. And then I usually just pop back over. If it's close, I do a waypoint, or I'll burn a portal here to go back to town. If you waypoint's close, you just jump to Merville's Caverns again. So at this point, we've picked up, that's the reason why we got the Caverns of Wrath waypoint, so we could just skip again going back to town, unless you need to. I'm not going to tell you never to go back to town if you are full of items, equipment, that kind of stuff. Obviously it makes sense to go back to town, sell those. Granted, we're not picking up whites. Blues are kind of questionables. You're really kind of just wanting to pick up those yellows. If you have wisdom scrolls, great. If not, still sell them. You're at least getting some parts of currency that start stacking that you can sell off and roll up if you need to, or you can sell them for wisdom scrolls. Early on, picking up whetstones or blacksmithing have kind of become a bit. It used to be you always would sell them for the wisdom scrolls. Kind of changed that, because now low level items get a full 20% increase in quality, and that can be quite a bit of damage. So, but if you've got, your weapon, it's happy, and you've got it qualityed, and you've got an extra one or two, it's a great way to kind of just get going on your wisdom scrolls. But you should be good nowadays. Like I said, you'll identify the yellows you want to wear. Don't identify yellows you don't want to wear, just sell them. Don't overburden yourself with going back to town. You're going to get the currency, and better currency drops naturally the farther along you get. For this zone, they're usually across from the waypoints. You just kind of head up and either left or right, depending on what it is. So I just kind of want to kill this guy real quick because I want to finish stuff out before I fight Maryville. So early on, Maryville can be a real pain for everybody. One thing you want to try and do if you have the currency to do it, and why it's kind of useful to sell items, is if you can grab a sapphire ring or two, that basically voids all of her damage. She's almost 100% cold damage for everything. So really just want to be able to get two of those. Of course, you know, it's either an alteration if it's that, or if it's white, it's 3 scrolls, which can be very expensive early on. But super, super useful there as far as damage reduction. So let's go ahead and just get my character finish setting set up here. And we'll do a turn in, which will give us our point that we need. So here at level 10, you can get Flame Dash, which you'll see me I switch to from Frostblink. Go ahead and put our faster attack in, and at this point we can go ahead and get our Hollow Palm technique. So we'll drop these guys off. Actually, we're going to leave them on, but we're going to swap them to our offhand because we want to start leveling some gems. And throw a belt on. Nope, sorry. We're leaving this belt because we're doing Hollow Palm. Those are for some other builds. If you check my other videos out, you'll see some options that are available. Alright. So just real quick, Hollow Palm basically means if you're unencumbered, you get a bunch of physical attack speed, attack damage, and based on dexterity. Being encumbered means both weapons and your gloves have to be empty. But you can see that we now have a smite that's doing a 1500 in-game DPS, which means we're going to just kind of one-shot things. For her fight, the biggest thing, again, just kind of kite around if you can. Her biggest hits are the tailfish that come out, and then her rains that she rains down. Even that kind of, her scream hurts a little bit, but it's not that big. The tornadoes really don't hurt. The corpse exploding monsters do when you're not paying attention. But yeah, these kind of little water spouts really don't hurt. They just kind of slow you a bit. I mean, if you get in the middle of a big one, but their hitboxes are kind of wonky. It's hard to get in them. You can see that I can stand through them. Those aren't what's going to damage you. It's going to be the corpse explosions, her scream, and then the kind of tailfish that she spits out. Again, if you get cold rings, she does like no damage. That's how hardcore players survive that fight without being worried about it. So that's kind of Act 1 in a nutshell. And then we'll move on to Act 2. these sections you just kind of need to just dash through. It's not worth killing this gentleman. There we go. So just kind of clean ourselves up, get ready. Alright. Level some of the stuff we put on. And head out for level 2. Or Act 2. Alright, so we're entering Act 2. I like to go out through the old fields first. This whole zone's kind of changed quite a bit. Where we're basically, well, the next area. So Act 2's changed in this because they changed how the bandits work. So it used to be if you were making your second character, you really didn't care a lot about going to Fell Shrines. Now you have to for the, basically for a skill point. So regardless of what bandit option you take, you now have to go through and do the hands quest. So I usually come over, depending on which bandit, I usually like just to come over and get the bridge out of the way, as it tends to be, a quick and easy, not a lot of back and forth, etc. kind of stuff. So alright. For all of these zones, you basically can just follow the road path. You can technically take a shortcut here and there, but usually because you grab the waypoint and you're like, well, why do I need a waypoint? I never come back. But if you're going to level a friend or help them out, you can really zip them through these zones if you have the waypoints. Alright. And yeah, I threw some MTXs on. For me, I want all of the skill points I can get. So the movement speed, some people is nice early on in League, but if you're going to take a bandit for its benefits early on, I would say the best one to get is the 15 to all resist. That really makes switching to story mode a lot easier. So now that we've got that, we just go back to the forest encampment. Go back to Crossroads. Now I like to come back in. Go to Fell Shrines. Now in Fell Shrines there are these kind of hidden little stairs that lead down to these devotion statues. So it's something new they added. And there's 4 of them. We'll go ahead and show you what that does. Again, I haven't had a lot of luck with them, providing a lot of added gains, but early on in League I could see where it'd be useful. So we're just gonna kind of cover what that looks like. Otherwise, you would just follow the road and just stay on the road and then make your way across the zone. So really nothing special except for these tokens or these totems, devotions that open and unlock everything. Otherwise, you just stay on the road and run through. There's usually spread out just a little bit through the zone as you're going. See if we can find the other 2 without taking too long. might be an end. Yeah, that's the end. Which means we still need to find the other two. There's one of them. And there might only be 3. Let me just double check. Because what happens is when you get to the end here, you'll see, yeah, it's only 3. So if you get the 3, then you spawn the Forgotten Daughter. And as you can see, she kind of smacks pretty hard. I mean, I'm doing a lot of damage. She's kind of a big fight. Then when she goes down, and I'm literally toggling my filter off, you can see you get basically just a set. So it's no different than killing a rogue exile, except for it's a really hard fight that really doesn't actually give you much in return. So I don't think it's worth it. If the rewards were, 2 sets of gear or such, then I think it might be worth it. But the time it takes to go find the statues, spawn her, and as you can see, she hits hard. I mean, she'll one-shot a normal character, and she can take a lot of damage. You gotta remember, I'm power leveling with 1600 DPS. In the league start, you're not gonna have that at all. So once we're here, your first time through, it's not bad. On a brand new league start character, coming here is not terrible because you need to find the lab. And at this point, I always say do this lab. Take the time, find it. Usually I say don't bother backtracking, but you want to find it and get this one completed. Because this can be a pretty sprawling place and that lab could be anywhere. So it's not like you're going to have an easy time with the backtrack. And it's just annoying. So get it done while you're here on this one. The prison's not bad. It's usually just north or south, depending on which way the coin flips from the waypoint. Sometimes it's in a weird spot, but usually it's not. So now you have to come down and work your way through the level 2. Used to be able to skip level 2 at any time, no problems. But now we have to actually do level 2 because we need the skill point. So there's some advantages and some disadvantages. You get a skill point slightly earlier, but it also makes you go through this hassle. But you have to get this, the golden hand. And this used to just be 2 respec points. And now they made it a 2 respec and skill point book. Alright. So you'll notice again, I'm just kind of saving my turn-ins. I don't need them. Depending on your build, you may need those skill points. So feel free to. I just try and clump as much, especially if this is an alternate character I'm running. I've already gotten a lot of this stuff done and I have stronger gear. I usually just try and skip through that. So for here, there's a couple... Really, there's one trick that you need to learn, and that's this centerpiece is the hub of the zone, and everything kind of goes around that hub. But to know which way to go, once you figure out the hub, the way to the second tier is always the same direction as the waypoint. So there's no point to go this direction or that direction or any other direction. except for straight to where the waypoint is. So once you see the waypoint, that's the direction to the exit. Now with that said, each one of these kind of compass ends will have a pack of blue monsters at them. So we're going to come over here and I'll show you what that means. That's a bad case because we hit that ore. So you can see there's this pack of blue monsters. If you're struggling to get gear, killing these is a good way to usually get gear. Is it worth it? It really depends. I mean, if you're really struggling, you're brand new to the game, and you just don't know, really how to get your gear or where to get or find things, those blue packs can be a lot of potential. Sometimes they'll be yellow, but most of the time they're just going to be blue packs. In this zone, again, we want to try and find the trial. There's not, especially in this zone, because there's not an exact direct waypoint. The previous waypoint's back at that center hub we just talked about, and then you got to run straight down from there, find the this area, spawn it, come back through, run it again. So try and find it. Usually it's along the path or near the path that's correct. Sometimes it's not. Again, it's kind of be a little hit and miss. Some people wait and come back, others don't. I try and not to wait too long because you're going to end up coming back at this point. Act 1's a little different. At this point, you can technically go do the den. But you see, on our way out, we found it. So there's no point not to just do it. And that's usually how this one is now that they've kind of reworked some of the zones. Is the trial is kind of on your way through. So it's worth just bobbing your head around a little bit because you'll probably save yourself a lot of backtracking time on these two. Like I said, prison's a little different. It's pretty straightforward. Again, you just want to kite in a circle in all these bosses. Circle mechanics really struggle. They struggle. If you have issues not being able to take hits. If you can stand there and just go toe to toe and you have good pots and everything's going and you're not worried about any of that, then you're fine. Here, once you get those three, it can be worth talking to Groost because he's going to give you your first heralds. And those heralds can play, a lot of upgrade. They have a lot of potential to help out. Always, well, you don't have to, but if you hold control down, you have a whole nother set. I almost always put my auras on these sets. Now that they've kind of made it to where once you turn an aura on, it never goes off, less of a need. And you can use these for additional skill sets or skills. Super helpful for necros. However, I will say one thing. You'll accidentally turn your auras off and not realize it. And you'll do that by unequipping a helmet or an item that then disables that equipment because you don't have an int or stat. You'll take a ring or something off, and that'll create a problem for you. So, but I do think it's a good time to kind of just spend that few seconds talking to Groost, getting that, and picking up your skill point here. So I'm going to just toss some more points in while I'm sitting here. Kind of a good time just to kind of refresh your character status before you head out to the other side, the riverways. Now, if you're doing this as a party or you have a whole bunch of friends on, excited for the new league start, you can split both sides up pretty efficiently and then use the waypoints or portals to, basically bring your friends over. Let me turn that level up off. It's an MTX. If y'all are wondering, that is the Ring of Blackstar MTX for leveling. It was a Keurig Pass exclusive a long time ago. One of the first Keurig packs had it, so you can't get it. At least I don't think you can. You might be able to in the shop now. I don't know. But that's what that MTX is. But let me turn it off because it's a bit flashing. Don't want to agitate anybody that gets sensitive to light flickers like that. So find the waypoint and the riverways. You'll see this path. These cobblestones, they will actually lead you over to the next zone out, the waypoints. But I don't want to go there yet because I'm doing kill all the bandits. So we're going to just kind of zip through to the other side. Here's where if you have dash, you might not be able to make that river jump. And you just have to go around. Frostblink and Flame Dash, however, can make that jump no problem. Again, we're going to just kind of follow the trail here. Just kind of one-tapping packs if we can. Pick the waypoint up. And then kind of make a note of where this fire totem is. Or that torch, I should say. Because that torch will tell you some helpful information here. You'll see there's another torch there, and there's some more cobblestones. That tells you what side Alera is on, so that you can go ahead and just get her part of the quest completed, or her chunk, or kill, or help, or aid. Now, if you're helping her, which you might be doing, then I would change my pathing. I would go to the wetlands first, and then come here, because you want to kill Oak before you come here, so you don't have to, because you can't help her or finish and get her turn in for the her chunk of the kind of gateway at the end until after you've killed Oak as well and the bridge bandit. Don't forget, once you pick the sill up, you now have to touch the thermic sill, or it will not give you the skill point in Act 1 again. So it used to be you just had to kill him and pick it up and it counted. Now you have to actually touch the sill or it will not count. So as you can see, here's her cobblestone road and those torches, but she's always on the side that the torches are on. So it makes it really quick and easy to find her instead of having to roam around the whole zone and try and figure out what side she's going to be on. So just a quick little pointer there. But there's always the roads, the little cobblestone kind of pieces that take you back out from the main road. But once you get her killed, the spiders are always on the other side of the map, so I always just run straight across best I can. You'll kind of see that you start getting into more webs, and boom, we find the Weaver's Chamber pretty quickly. So it keeps us from having to like meander around. For the Weaver's Chambers, there's a lot of times where it's really going to be kind of backtracking against where the entrance point is. So you want to just stay close to the path that's nearest to the entrance point. If you go down and away from the entrance, you'll usually end up in a dead end. It's just the way the map design's built and the way they come together. It's not always that way, but it kind of is. So her fight's pretty simple. She's going to drop some spiders. You kill them and her. She disappears. Really nothing to do to prepare for this fight. I mean, you can try and find a Chaos Ring, but you really can't. I don't think Amethyst Rings drop or even available in the shop. Chaos Gear is almost non-existent. For some reason, I guess she died and I picked the spike up already. Oh, my bad. So she'll usually drop down a second time. Apparently, I managed to kill her before she popped up. So here we'll portal back to town. Again, we're not going to need to bother with the turn in. You don't have to turn this turn in to Silt to actually make it past the next section. It auto functions. At least as of this recording. We've already found it. It's over here. And as you can see, now granted, I'm not having to spend time killing monsters, but we're making our path through quick enough that we're not losing our zone, so it's easy to backtrack through zones that we have to. So we'll go ahead and kill. Alright. So when you find his hut, usually it's always going to be kind of a fortress. It's, you know, protected around circular. But he's usually just straight across from the entrance. He can be in weird spots at times, but usually it's just straight across. Same for the exit. Usually straight across from the entrance, but it'll kind of get into, you know, some of this northbound, southbound kind of stuff. But yeah, you see, we don't have to talk to Silk to get into the Val Ruins. So Val Ruins. So Val Ruins has, it's almost always an S shape in the map. And once we get it just kind of broken apart or discovered, I'll show you what that means. But plan to kind of go into like an S pattern when you're in here, and that'll kind of help you figure out your way through a bit. So we're kind of lurking around to the side to make the back half of the S. And of course the valve zone is going to throw us off because it's going to make all these paths to get to it that we don't need. Yep. Yeah, if you see a Val, then there's a good chance it's going to just put you in the wrong direction. Now, early game, going into Vals is helpful because you could get a Val skill. Also here is this corruption option, to where basically you can corrupt an item. I haven't ever had to delete the item. I suggest what you're probably best at doing is corrupting a weapon. Potentially a chest if you have a 3 or 4 socket, if you manage to get a 4 socket. Because it can corrupt it to have all white. I have had a 4 socket all white chest at, you know, level 20 going through the league the very first time, and was not upset at all about that. The weapons can pick up some helpful things like Resolute Technique, which depending on your build could be good or bad. Means you can't crit, but it also means you don't miss. And that can solve a whole lot of challenges with evasion. Or accuracy, I should say. Monster evasion, but your accuracy. So this could be one of the times when it's not really an S. Okay. So let's just clear these off. And I'll show you kind of what I mean by an S shape. So if we kind of drag this map over to where it's kind of centered, it's kind of a sideways S, but you can kind of see where it comes this way, comes back, and then comes out and around. So if you kind of did that, kind of almost looks like an S. Sometimes this is actually literally draws out an exact S, but just to kind of get an idea of how it's going to progress, meaning you're going to go one way, then you got to kick back another, and then you're going to kick back the other, and then kind of kick back the final direction. So it's kind of either an S shape or zigzag, maybe is a better way to describe what the zone usually rolls out as. So just something to kind of keep in mind on there for you. But it's used to be kind of more random than that, but now it's almost always that pattern. The rituals here in the Northern Forest can actually be really good to do early on. The Dread Thicket's kind of been changed a bit. We'll discuss it. We'll go in there real quick. The rituals, they'll give you a lot of drops. And you potentially can get a really nice drop from the ritual itself. I find the ritual's biggest helping point for me is I've gotten a chaos or two out of there early, or I've gotten a nice boot that had move speed. So if you're league starting, I suggest doing those. If you're power leveling, you don't need to do those. Just skip them. You'll be fine. There is if you're new to the game, there is a hideout in here. The Lush hideout is part of here. We'll go down and I'll show you. It's this hideout with the river and such. I don't think they've added anything in this one, but let's check. Oh yeah, there's more rituals. That's right. That's what they did. So again, a second chance at some rituals to spawn in here. And so it kind of gives you the option to, you know, I'm going to pick that up so I don't have to later. Swap to it. So you can kind of start your conquest on ritual quite early with both of these zones. And the monsters tend to not be too hard here. So it's kind of a stop off and try and get some gear option. Otherwise, you don't need to go into the, you know, the Dread Thicket. So kind of toy around, see what you get, figure out what you want. This waypoint, not that helpful, even if you're kind of power leveling somebody. Only on the account of the breaking that seal, touching the ball in the previous area, is a storyline requirement, so you can't skip past clicking on it. Some storyline components you can skip or bypass. You don't have to turn them in because they're not story tied or derived to the actual lore. That is one of those where you do, so they have to basically be at the start of this zone before they can move forward. Now, once they have clicked on that seal and passed through, you can leap them past this section, the caverns. Which usually is pretty straightforward. Except for one that wants to pick on me. Alright, there we go. There's the bridge. Nothing too fancy about these guys or anything. There is a unique that's down here. I think we'll run into them. If I go this way, possibly. There he is. Kuyuri, or whatever. Again, doesn't drop a lot. I don't suggest taking your time to kill him, especially if you're league starting. Really not worth it that much. If you're power leveling, definitely not worth it. Alright, so you'll notice that my door is locked. And that's because I've got to go back and turn my 3 bandits into Aramir. So I will go do that. And here's kind of the last time you really need to be in Act 2 for anything. So go ahead and get all your turn-ins done. Get your gems. Yina, this is weird. There's a lot of cross supports that are available to everybody. But she only offers a very small subset. So I always highly recommend checking to see if your support skill you need is listed. She's not going to give it to you during like your turn-ins and quest roads. But yeah, so just something to keep in mind. And I'm going to pick up some gear here. What am I doing? Grabbing this. Cold. And my little hoop. Alright. Now I am going to change from my Val Smite into my volcanic fissure. Start kind of getting some of my items that I'm going to need, or things that I can go ahead and get leveling and my offhands and such that are important. Let's go ahead and get Grace going. So that's part of my power leveling. At this point, we'll kind of just work through where we're going to go next, which I'm going to pick this up so I don't have to worry about leeching anymore. Then I think I'm just going to start going out the way I would want to go for my build. Alright. The other thing I like to do at this point is go back to Act 1 and get this turn in as well for the path forward. And you'll notice that we also, yeah, I already picked the other one up from. So that kind of completes our Act 1, and Act 2 is basically completed. Now I will say I did leave off this zone, the den. If you don't have 2 Quicksilvers and you're league starting, go for the den. It's a quick side path. You kill the monster and you get a additional Quicksilver flask, or you can get a flask like a Better Life or Mana Flask if you're struggling there and you're not really too worried about your move speed. So as you can see now, the door's open and we're allowed to continue on. Now, they did add something here. I'll see if I can find it. There's a hidden craft here in this zone. And you have to find a room that has 2 pillars in it. Let's see if we can find that. It's not going to be that one. Come on, jump down. Nope. And sadly, it really doesn't give you any marker or hint about it. A lot of the new stuff they've added in this league, or kind of last league, doesn't have markers to it. So you have to kind of explore and find them on your own. I think it's going to be up here in this room. Maybe? Yes. So you can see it's this pillar and this pillar, and there's no marker to it. Takes you to stairs, and then there's a crafting recipe. And if I recall, that one is for Val skill damage, because everybody wants that. But if you happen to be a build that does focus on Val skills early on, that can be super helpful. Then basically, while you're climbing the pyramid, just think every time the room's going to be across the way. It's going to be kind of in a diagonal for the most part. Not always, but kind of. As you can see, everything's kind of at an angle from where it begins. When they split like this, it can either be high or low, so you just gotta 50-50 it. But you kind of get a sense for it as you level the characters. Here, click on the Dark Altar, make sure you pick up your crafting recipe here. You probably have about 30 seconds if you want to go ahead and start putting some skill points in. So, you know, you've got some time before he spawns. So, as you can see, plenty of time to level your gems, go get a drink, all that fun stuff. Now, some people here will do the whole log to character select and come back in. Usually by this point, the queue is clear, and when you come back, you will have access. Once you kill that boss, you do have access to this waypoint. So you can do that if you don't want to wait that. I usually just wait it out. I mean, if you have a really fast PC and internet connection, you'll beat it. You'll save 10 seconds. And probably save like 5 seconds. But if you're really trying to micro and manage it down to a fine art, that's, you know, a quick way to deal with that. You have to talk to Clarissa or she will not be in town. So you have to wait for that point of time. And you can see I'm kind of 2 levels ahead of the zone, which means I've been killing a little too much. But you also notice it really hasn't slowed me down because, you know, I'm power leveling, so I haven't really slowed down too much. But yes, I'm technically not being 100% efficient because should be skipping some of these packs. Now, sometimes I'm clicking just to clear the pack so it's out of my way, and I'm not getting hung. So here again is kind of a back and forth bit. If you see that kind of raised piece, then you're in the wrong corner. You need to kind of go the other direction usually. That kind of micro unique, you know, I don't want to say boss fight, but that unique monster is really not the direction you need to be going. It's usually around the opposite direction of where he's at. And this zone's probably only got about 4 different layouts that usually spawn, that successfully spawn because of the way it has the narrow path sections. It doesn't have a lot of option in the random generator to splice together 500 different combinations. So you'll learn those as you level 5 or 6 characters through story. For Piety, the crematory, it's going to kind of be, you don't really want to have to come back. At this point, you should have 1 or 2 Quicksilvers. So it's worth taking the time investment to go ahead and just find where the lab is. I can already see where part of the door is, so I already know it's got to be over this way. In addition, a lot of times Piety is on the other side of the lab, which she's going to be here this time as well. So, because there's the lab door, or the trowel. You'll notice I didn't go into town because there's no point to go into town at this moment. And it's a really long walk over and back. So, kind of just want to wait for towns. Kind of optimizing how much time we spend in town. Heidi's trying to really hide really well this time. But yeah, as you can see, she's behind there. So we'll get rid of Piety real quick. We'll grab Tolman's bracelet and we portal out. Alright. So at this point, we've saved ourselves a long walk. Okay, just here, you're usually getting your first curse. Um, you know, to be honest, pick whatever makes sense for your build. That is just the best option. And then we talk to Clarissa so we can get the key for the sewer. And if you're power leveling, you'll already have all these ascendancy plaques unlocked. I always take a half second, pop in here, and grab this waypoint, and then just leave. Even though I could technically do the lab and I'm strong enough to do it, I will do that in a different time. Or I might cover running labs in a separate video. I just grabbed that though because now when I go to, portal, I can portal straight to it. If not, you have to, when you get to the, time to run your lab that you want to, you have to come back to town, run back up the stairs, go in, and then run. We're already doing that to get back out of town to get to the sewers. So really it's just that quick zone load really fast that, saves us the hassle of having to come back up the stairs and around when we want to run our lab. So now we don't ever have to go back up those stairs and around that long path for the rest of the game, or less of our character, etc. Unless you're into PvP, because there are PvP door arenas there, but that's a different story. Alright. So there's always one of these statues or busts before you get to the waypoint. It's usually just kind of straight across from the entrance. Make sure you tag the waypoint. You have to actually kind of step about here for it to tag. If you just run past, you'll end up having to go back through town, back through the sewer gates, and come back in. Usually the other bus is to the right, so as soon as you come in, and then the third can be a little of a hodgepodge. We can see it's up here. So we kind of got lucky. Sometimes it's straight across, but usually if you kind of veer to the right, worst case scenario is you just go down a little detour that then loops you back around like this loop to the main kind of path out, which will be where you want to go anyways. Again, use strong boxes. There's a hideout option if you're brand new to the game and haven't got it yet. And when you mouse over the hideouts, if you don't have it, it'll tell you the zone that it's in. So now we're in the marketplace and we just kind of want to start wiggling our way around, usually opposite of where the waypoint is. Again, everything likes to be the other side of the map from the waypoints until you kind of see this combination of kind of pillars. That's the path through. There's no point to fight Marcus. Again, it's one of those you can get some gear, but not really. The catacombs you'll need to do if you need your trial. So first character of a league, you have to do catacombs. Otherwise, you skip it. This ornate chest will drop the decanter of spiritus. I suggested just don't even pick it up. It used to be a real pain because you couldn't even drop it. You can at least drop it. What you basically get is a ring from Fairgraves after you get through the garden area. So that's the first half of a long quest that has about a mile and a half of backtracking to get a ring. So if you really, really, really need a ring, or I think he's got a couple other gear options, but I really think he almost always just drops a ring. Then yeah, maybe it's worth picking up, but honestly, I have never picked it up in a very long time, which is why I'm thinking he might have some new drops because they've changed things. I might need to look to see if they've made it better now that he's done, they've added all this other side stuff. So we picked the spool up and we picked the waypoint up. Both are very important because we'll have to come back a lot of running either direction. That waypoint's kind of the center hub lock for these. Otherwise, you're all the way back at the start of the marketplace, and the docks can take a bit of time to get through if you're not careful, or just unlucky, I should say. Not even careful, just unlucky. The way the docks kind of work, though, is just kind of like a normal sea dock. They're kind of impasse or columns And we see that Fairgraves is there, and Fairgraves will have the waypoint. So if we were going to do the Fairgraves quest, we would need this waypoint, and then the decanter and the plum, which we get in the gardens. But you just kind of want to run through each one of these endpoints. It's if you get frustrated, this zone's actually really good for catching up on levels. And I kind of killed them beforehand. But each one of these endpoints that you dead ends that you run into, again has a pack of blue, which can then drop some gear. So it's not terrible if you end up kind of just spending extra time here. Again, there was that pack of blue. You can see that they dropped 5 or 6 items on the ground. There's even a yellow here that could possibly drop something good. Now the yellow's here because we found the supply container. So that's really all there is for the docks. If you're under leveled, especially if you're being power leveled or you're just power leveling and you've zoomed past way too many monsters, the docks is a great place to pick up about, well, I mean, as you can see, I'm 29, the zone's 29. Every time I hit a monster pack, I'm getting 5%. They did change the Shipyard Terror to actually be essence encased instead of just randomly appearing. So it's another way to get another essence, and this time we got greed. I'd say if you run into them, great. If not, don't go find them, because there's not a lot of point to go looking for them. So then see if so here's what I can see. Pack of blues. I'll not actually kill them this time. So we'll talk to Hargan because we want the skill point, and then really we can just go back out of town. I sometimes, depending if I need or want the skill point, go from there or not. It's a hitch, kind of a whatever kind of works for you deals. So go back to the battlefront. Alright, and start making our way up. So battlefronts, so the Solaris Temple is always in an up direction, so just find stairs up. Then kind of just meander around and you'll find your way through. Here, basically follow the carpet trails. Granted, when they tee, that's not really anything clear on which way to go. Could be either or, but really, yeah. Usually if you find a turn, then there's a good chance it's gonna try and make you turn. See where the carpet kind of goes through the doors at times. And then down we go for the Solaris. So Solaris Act 2, or yeah, Temple Level 2 I should say. Same thing, just kind of make your way through. I can already tell from experience, because I caught this edge right here, this is going to be what I love to call a backwards room or layout. And it's kind of annoying. Solaris Temple loves to do this, where it'll map you that way for about 10 minutes before you realize it's all a dead end and you missed this one little snag of a turn over here to get to where the actual zone end is. So at this point, I'm gonna probably, since I'm in a decent level spot, just keep an eye on my Quicksilver flask and just try and kill enough that they're staying up. You want to alternate between the two because you gain charges on both of them as you go. So obviously we'll grab that waypoint as we walk by. Here is a fix your stat option on whatever stat you need to fix while leveling. Or you're short on. I always take whatever I'm short on. So if I'm building a dex build, I take a strength, vice versa. This Eternal Laboratory has fire damage over time, I think, as a craft in there. You just go in and craft. From here, we'll just jump straight to the sewers again because we have everything to get rid of the blockage, as it's called. So let the tunnel have a big old fart, and now we're able to go through. So interesting fact, at one point they actually moved this waypoint to be somewhere off to the side and in a weird spot, and everybody lost their mind about it because it was really confusing to basically kind of end up over here with the waypoint, because the waypoints also needed to get back to the gardens. So the devs moved that back to where it originally was, which is on the back side of there. So General Grievous, do you need to fight him or not? Depends on whether you're power leveling or first time character, or if he has one of the skills you need. He has a bunch of skills that you get for when you kill him. So again, kind of depends on your build and what you're leveling. So now we'll go into the Linares Temple. Yep, stun locked. And I might accidentally hit something I didn't mean to hit that caused me to cast weird. Killing this guy, hit and miss. He drops a whole set of equipment, but it's not usually worth the time unless he's just like right there. So when you get here, you go the direction of the carpet in this angle. So the carpet is what gives you the direction. Fighting Cole usually isn't worth it. I'll kill him anyways. You see he dropped 3 items and a portal scroll. Now again, portal scrolls can be hard to find at times early on. So, but you should be good by the time you get here. These guys can be a bit of a pain. Again, we're just trying to stick towards carpet and with what makes sense. Because we know that we have to get as far away from the other waypoint as possible to get out of the zone. So we're just trying to follow the carpet to do so. Grab the waypoint. And then Temple 2. So this is easier than it seems because you're going to figure 2 things out. One, you always have to go up the stairs, once it's, except for the initial entrance. So you always are going upstairs, and they always need to be a long path to do stairs. So the first piece is a bit of a kind of just sorted out of where your first kind of stair path is. And boy, did we get unlucky here. Let's see. Nope, we're not going to be able to jump. So alright, so this might be the options. Here we go. So we finally found our first stair. Now, why it's important to find the first stair, that's kind of tricked by over here because you can see they kind of follow the same option. Is you got to remember zones are building chunks. They are putting chunks of map together, or zones together, and they have to have space for the next zone. So the blocks have to give themselves enough space to build out. So you're going to find that you're going to kind of always end up going in a direction to where you're not going to be backtracking in a direction. So most likely I should have went ahead and just took this route, because you can see it built this chunk to this chunk, and now it needs space to build another chunk. So and then here's our next set of stairs. So I usually put a portal down when I get here, only because the good old famous titty blasters can accidentally catch you off guard, stun lock, and kill you. Now you'll see there's 2 carts here, 1 cart here. And the way you want to go is towards the 1 cart. If you go back, I'll show you real quick here. On the double cart, it's going to be a dead end. So the double carts, think of it this way. Double carts are the empty, where they've dropped all the bodies and everything off. This cart is recent. And you want to go with the recent 1 cart. It's got the path that you want to go. So then we just kind of make our way through. Now do remember that if you do die, don't take your checkpoint. But if you do, you still go back to town pretty easy. You just go up the stairs to the waypoint and go back to town. Then from here, you're just kind of trying to meander your way across the zone. And it can be a little tricky to find which way at times. It's probably going to be over this way. Again, it's got to build itself out, but this one has some options on kind of twisting back around on itself. Once you get to the big doors there, you're pretty much out of the maze lake, and you just got to keep going up the stairs. Almost all the jumps can make that jump. Be aware these guys like to pop out. Usually it's not an issue, but for this fight, you just want to come over while she's chit-chatting, grab your crafting recipe, and then by the time you do that, she'll be done, and you can go back to just fighting her. For her, just focus her. Pretty easy. You pick the key up, then we're just going to portal back out. If you haven't done so, this is the time you want to finish all your turn-ins because you're pretty much done. But as you can see, Grievous gave us this quest, and we can get all of these different skills based on, you know, what kind of build you're going with. So then pick our skill points up here from Gregor for killing Piety, because now we're pretty much going to be done. We're not coming back to town unless we want to go ahead and get our trial done. So at this point, we're just going to go back to the Ebony Barracks, make our way across and over towards the garden. So when you're in the garden, the road's going to give you kind of the primary paths you want to go. So you kind of, back again, you want to look for ground cues on like following the main paths through to get you to the tower. And the tower is always upstairs. So we should be getting close to it. Might have ended up going over towards where the plum is. And the trowel. Yep. So we found the trowel. But if we backtrack here, oh, we missed the turn for this path. Yeah, here we go. And now we're at the tower. I'm going to go ahead and work my way up to the tower. I will come back in a minute to kind of cover the rest of the Imperial Gardens. Um, if you're power leveling, you can skip the rest of the gardens because you already have a character and you can just bypass needing skill gems because you have Lilia. If you're new and you're really struggling to get a skill gem that, you know, you can't afford to get it off any friends, or you just don't have the alchemy to get it, well, technically you still need the alchemy to get it, but you need a skill and stuff like that, then going through the library can be super useful, especially early on. So, and I also will go ahead and just grab the plum wine here because I think I'm going to go back and just check that Fairgrace hasn't changed since they've been making all the changes to the early acts with all these hidden side items. So the stairs usually are diagonal from each other or across the way from each other. There we go. And then knowing that I like to help my friends and guildmates power level other characters, I always make sure I grab that waypoint. Because you can help them. They have to touch the door with the key. But then once they do that, they can go back to town or they can just port straight to you. Using the portal icon next to your name. And then that lets them zone hop straight to the next area or zone. Because while they're touching the door or making their way to the front door, you can take this waypoint, go to the upper scepter, and then they can portal in. So, but let's go back to the library real quick and cover those before we get too far apart. Don't want my zone to die. So let's see if we can. The library is going to be up in this direction most likely. There it is. And let's see, the plums usually around where the trial is, but sometimes it can be in a weird spot. Let's see if we can go find it. Really pushing being in a weird spot today. Hello, plum? Anywhere? Gonna make me full clear this whole thing to find the plum? Guess so. Here it is. Yeah, again, perfect example of why I say not worth the time. Because, my gosh, that was a long distance to get and a lot of searching to potentially just get a ring. I'll, see what we're going to do about when we'll do that, if I'm going to do it on video or if I'm just going to kind of do it off and then make a note into the video section about what I found. We might just run back and do it just for a surprise. I'll let you guys know you can skip if you're watching on YouTube. So for the library, I should probably start doing some ores. I'm probably out of ore at my... You're kind of looking for Siosa, I believe is his name. Yep. He gives you a quest to go and get some books, and then at this point you need to usually, not all the time, 90%, you need to go through these bookcases to find the next section where the candle is going to be at the touch point or on a wall that opens the door to the next zone. And the zone typically has to be facing left or up so that you can see. Down and to the right usually don't happen because it makes it really hard for the player to kind of see what's going on. Yeah, you can see even though this room's down, it still had a long enough wall that it's on the left side. So now we're in the archives. And used to be that you would just come into the archives and get the books and leave, which you can still do. And usually I recommend but again, the devs have added something to this room, or this area I should say. Let's see if we can find it. It's usually not in a book room. But yet they added another kind of crafting recipe, and I honestly can't remember which one this one is. Oh, there it is. So you're looking for this random flickering candle that's on a long stretch of an outer wall. It has to be an outer wall, and you'll see that there's this broken bookcase that has a hidden light in it. And ta-da, the door opens and there's the stairs, and you go down and there's a crafting recipe right there. So again, if you don't really care, but if you see that you're missing one in the archives, when you go and check your, crafting bench and it's like, hey, wait, why don't I have this? And it's weird crafting ones. It's like they're niche crafting recipes. So it's like you really probably don't need to have them. It's not going to be something you're using every day, 24/7. So since we're here and I've already wasted everybody's time, let's go back to the marketplace. We have the plum. Should still have the plum, right? I do have the plum. Let's see if we can go find the potion. I'm going to spend 25 minutes just to validate whether or not something is good to do or not. Alright, so that'd be the entrance. Alright, so let's see what we got. There it is. But as you can see, lots of backtracking and time delay and going all over the place, searching, finding, and let's find out. The docks. See if Mr. Fairgraves has something special or if he's still just dropping garbage. Nope. Still 3 useless rings. And you're going to find it's literally going to be these 3 rings. So life, mana, and a gold ring. Absolutely useless. Don't do it. So, ta-da. Confirmed. Still useless. Alright, now let's get back to like actually going. So we were mentally blocking ourselves with Dock Slowers were there. Lunar's Temple Scepter God. There we are. Of course, we've lost our zone. It took so long to get through those. But shouldn't be a big deal. It's right there. Go to the upper scepter. Alright. We'll go ahead and turn haste on since we got the option for right this second. Now, I will tell you, once you get to Act 3, there's the best aura to run is Purity of Elements, hands down. Feel free to level your other main aura off in an offhand or something, but unless there's a very specific component or reason that you're leveling, I always find Purity is the best. It keeps you from getting frozen, keeps you from getting kind of pinned down, keeps you safe, gives you resistances, which means you don't die. Super, super helpful level, or early level especially. Obviously, here's where you'd unlock Cyan at the very first time you've ever played the game. And you always have to pass through or pass by her chamber. So that kind of gives you an idea of direction. And she's always right before you get to the rooftop here. So this fight with Dominus, pretty straightforward. You just got to kill the kind of uniques before him, unique monsters. Nothing special about them. Just kill them. I mean, you can pretty much tank what they do for the most part. Now, Dominus, Light of Divinity can one-shot most builds, most people, especially early on. If you're power leveling, it doesn't matter. Now, the thing for here is I'll wait until he does his stuff, but it's a good point right now to kind of work on your skill points some more. Keep progressing those through, that kind of stuff. Because you get a long spawn again. Oh, I'm taking damage. I'm gonna die. So, yep. Took too long. So you'll notice if you're outside, you're gaining bleed, and it's corrupting blood. You have to be inside this protective circle, and you will not get the bleed stacks. So he puts the barrier up around him to protect himself, I guess, from the corrupted blood. And that's how you don't die there. Is staying in that. Now, granted, it can be a little tricky because he'll like to port out of it after he casts it, but it's not too bad to deal with. But if you're dying because you're running around and you're not sure why you're dying, it's because you're catching the rain is bleeding on you, and that's what's killing you. So once you get to the aqueducts, you're pretty much just going to kind of zip along, kill everything, try and just stay on one side for as long as you can. It's going to force you to move to the other side eventually, but you can usually go down the side pretty far. if not all the way to the end, depending on what your map luck is. Well, you can until this point. It always is going to force you to cut over to fight the 100-foot. I say it's worth fighting because it drops like a full set of gear usually, or a partial set of gear. So usually he's worth fighting. He's super easy, takes a few seconds even as a brand new character. If you're behind really far in levels, you can come out here, or gear, you need gear. Each one of these side wings along the path here does have a blue pack again. So you can see there's always a blue pack. You'll kind of find that out through the whole game, as there's these side paths have packs of blues at the end that's designed to drop gear for you as you're starting your league start. Usually though, you're going to pick up or just buy from the shop, and it's just going to be just as good and not slow you down. But if you're behind on levels trying to catch up, or you just need, you know, a nice drop to occasionally happen, there's options there. Alright. Oops. Let's go through the start of Act 4 here. So the dried lake, nothing fancy. You just want to get to kind of, usually it's kind of slightly diagonal left, or sorry, diagonal right down. Again, I really don't think Legion's too worth it. It's hard. If you're power leveling, they could be worth it, but no, let me rephrase. Power leveling, you don't need any items, and if you're league starting, you don't have enough clear to deal with it to begin with. So it takes you like 15 minutes to clear it. It's not worth it. So just find Vol, kill Vol, and you're good to go. So when it comes to levels, if you're 2 levels below, 3 levels below, I say just go ahead and move on, because you have a lot of running through the next 2 sections of the mines where you don't have an option but to kill things and move through it. I find catching up levels is there better than Dried Lake, because Dried Lake's got a lot of monster density. Do not get me wrong there, but it's also got a lot of monster gaps, like this whole section where there's no monsters. And you're just kind of wasting time going through. So I usually just portal back out, go back to town, and then use my leveling, or my leveling catch up as when I'm going through here. Again, don't have to do any of these. Kind of talk to people to get your quest moving. For the mines, nothing special really here. At least not that I've come across, period. Nothing that stands out glaringly. So just trying to make your way across. Again, usually straight across. This gentleman, usually he dies, pick over it or whatever, pretty easy. Again, he only drops 1 or 2, and it's usually a white item. Not really worth killing if you don't have the ability just to kill him instantly. He is worth a decent amount of experience points, but I'd say just focus on killing everything else if you want to. Again, we're just trying to make our way across from the opposite side of the waypoint to Mines 2. Here in Mines 2, we do need to get Desheret. Good time to pick up Sulfur if you're new character. You'll be surprised how easy it is to get some really good quality chaos, stacks of wisdom and portal scrolls from early delve. So, and the reason I say we want to pick up Desheret is, again, there's not a good waypoint connection between here and anywhere else, so you kind of do want to make sure you get her. Usually she's now, they've reworked the zones to where they try and get these kind of small side quest things to spawn on the paths towards the exits, but it's not always the case. Again, the little unique that's at Desheret, usually not worth it. meaning he drops 1 or 2 items and half the time they're white. You'll start noticing your 4 links start dropping, however, and you should have at least 1, maybe 2 essences you could use on a 4 link. So there is some potential for some value out of these drops, but I feel as if it's the other way, but we'll see. Feels like it's leaping back. And you just kind of get a feel as you go. So it used to be when you saw this icon for the excavated hideout, you were going the wrong way. You are now 100% going the right way because they literally almost force you to go buy that thing every single time now. So the map, again, of course, they're going to make a... Oh, see, there we go. We're good. So if you find that, then you're pretty good to go. There's no point to go back into town or really even talk to her. I usually do Duressos first. There's some back and forth on which way it's better depending on where your experience is. The zones are leveled slightly different. I just like going Duressos first. I think it's because it's the more annoying one. But you also get a chance to kind of feel like where you're forced to fight here, like in those cages and stuff. So it gives you a good opportunity to see if you're really going to be behind level when you're going the other direction. Where the other direction, you have a lot of options just to run by everything, and you'll actually end up in a spot where you just kind of are running by everything. These guys really aren't worth fighting. As you can see, they don't... Well, I say that he ended up dropping a unique, but it's also a unique that most people won't use, and usually that's a rare case that they drop a unique. So, wouldn't advise it. Again, this one's usually diagonal away from the entrance. We might be getting stuck into some backtracking. We are. So, but again, just kind of a quick proof of point of why I like going this way. Because I have to fight these. I can't get out. So, I'll know that, you know, hey, look, I ended up with a lot of experience. The next zone I can just skip experiencing. So just trying to get through here quickly. And here we are with the boss. Again, just cut him in a circle if you need to fight him. Now here, you're stuck fighting the birds for a bit. My clear is super good with Volcanic Fissure of Snaking. It kind of auto does all that for me, so didn't really have to worry about it. But if you can't find the exit from there, it's because you haven't killed enough birds. So when you get to this zone, the Grand Arena, always pick that waypoint. Not that you really have an option not to anymore, because paving by it, period. Again, these areas you don't have to fight in, but they're super dense. Again, another great way to get caught up and ahead on experience if you need to. These paths are pretty straightforward. You'll see I'm kind of skipping a lot of this because I'm pretty much on par with leveling. But it's just too much chunks. I mean, we're at 38% and this one little started, and that was even after we killed half of what was in this zone. But if we actually finish clearing out this zone half decently, it's also a good spot to get gear because there's a lot of blue packs. 47 so or 10, so we probably almost can get 20% of a level per of those zones. And I think you passed through 2 of them, so that's almost a level. These guys, pretty straightforward. You just got to kill them to get the door open. They do drop decently, so Then once you get past them, it's just a straight shot to the boss. Nothing fancy with the resto. He's just annoying because of his phasing. You can hit him to recover if you need to, but really, as long as you just stay out of his blades, his only damage is his blades. They hurt a bunch, as you can see, because I stepped in them. That attack can hurt, but usually it's not a big deal. Pardon the dogs there. Must have a guest coming over. Alright, so let's get him down, and now we're gonna just port back. Alright. So, we got Dorissos. Oh, one thing, depending on if you're picking up items or not, since you've got this, you'll have the skull once you get done with Dorisso. If you click Lady Dalala, she'll take it out of your inventory for you. And then that way it'll save you 4 square points. Let's just do this, to this, to this. There we go. Get that cleared up. So this is always going to map straight to the right. So it's going to always bend to the right. This is pretty much a set layout. Little few tweaks, but it's pretty much a set layout. You're still going to continue on to the right. Until you go up another kind of pathway over here. So really, if you just kind of, here it is, kind of hug the right side. Now it kind of cuts back on itself. As you can see here. And we're going to go back down. So we're going to do an up and over. We're actually too far down. Most likely. Yeah, I think we're too far. No, wait, there we go. So yeah, no. Again, it's kind of this back and forth zigzag. And then over here should be some stairs. Like I said, once you get to running these enough, you kind of remember these zones by heart. Especially this one that has a set pattern. So now we're back to going across. And up here on the right, again, you'll see that the zones have to kind of build around themselves. This one specifically has set layouts it has to follow. So if you pay attention to how this one runs your first couple of times, you'll kind of really pick up exactly how it functions. Alright, then we have the waypoint, and these are the waypoints that can give you, when you're getting power leveled or rushed by somebody else, gives you a lot of flexibility to skip ahead really far. You could have probably made that leap right there, but, or flame dash, but not worth backtracking to try. And again, this zone kind of follows the same rules. You're going to kind of go around the edge and then back up and over and twist back around. back up. Like I said, it's a straight path. There's not a lot of mix and matching. Once you get to these are kind of the symbol that the boss is right here. Caldera. Now for this fight, it'll spit these out on 1/4 or 1/2, and then that's basically what it's going to kind of continuously be. So you just have to stay on the other half of the map at any times. But yep, for this fight, you're basically just staying on the opposite half of where Piety's flame skulls are coming out of, and you should be good. They'll come through here, cover this third, come through here, cover this third, or they'll come through here and kind of cover this third / half. Once you get the eye, just pour it out to Highgate. Go straight back to the waypoint, the crystal veins. And at this point, you can click her. Now, you don't have to wait for her in the cannon. You can just skip. So, again, here's where you get caught up on a lot of your leveling. And die if you get stun locked or frozen. I think I got frozen there. I really should have my Purity of Elements on by now. So this one, it kind of just meanders a bit. Having a bleed potion or something that shoots ahead. But if you have to actually be in melee range, I really do suggest having a potion. So you don't want to always go to the end, because it's usually going to be it's going to be a turn off that's not towards the end. That's the right way to go. This one's going to link back up that way, so we're just going to go back around. It might be that tunnel, but we'll find out. Again, we're trying to make our way away from the waypoint. Kind of get a rough idea there. Belly of the Beast is the same thing. Gonna kind of just start making our way across. Belly of the Beast is always gonna have a down that you need to go towards, because Piety's room is gonna always be to the left or off of the left. Just the way it has to connect. So it can have a left and right side exit with the way crafting recipe. Just check that while we're here. So you'll see that I'm not really ever going up usually, because it's rare that you're going up. You might have to just to complete or get around a corner, but always want to lean down if possible. And there we are. No need to circle through the top. Her fight is same as everything else. Just circle around and around. Just kind of dance around the beam. See why I like using. Now you have to talk to Piety to get the barrier down, so you just kind of have to wait. So what I like to do here is grab the waypoint. You don't need to talk to Piety to start the quests. Come up and grab this one. That fight's pretty easy. And then there's never more than just the one top, so just come right back down. I grabbed that waypoint just in case I accidentally say something like portal to town because we die or something due to a bleed or a freeze or stun lock or something. Because to run back, you have to run back from the cannon area, and that's like almost 2.5, 3 zones to run through. So you want that waypoint just in case when you die, you're not button mashing and accidentally say teleport to town and mess yourself up big time. Used to be that this would kind of actually build out a bigger area than it does now. And so I also used to teleport back to town. But I don't do that anymore. I just take it's faster. So for this boss, you just really don't want to be standing in the purple zone because you're going to get temporal chains, which slows your damage down big time. So at this point, it's usually faster to just run back, especially for power leveling with 7 leagues. Type the piety, click on the black core, and now you're in. Here's another good spot to work on your skills if you want to. Get them kind of mapped out, etc. Again, this fight's just kind of walk around in a circle. Piety will come up. Then he will be back. Surprisingly, the tentacles isn't his worst attack. It's his like ground slam. And then Piety's beams or cannonballs are the worst one. See, like getting hit by that. Be mindful these are traps. They go off and do a decent amount of damage. Then we just kind of wait for the zone to realize what has happened. This fight, you have to take these hearts out as he phases. So we'll phase him pretty quickly. Nothing too special on this fight. Again, the biggest hit he does or damage he does is when he teleports under the ground and teleports up. Here, that's a degen. It'll degenerate or, burn your life down as a degen. So you just need to kind of kite it away from where he's at and then go back and hit him. You do not need to wait for him to explode. All the loot's already here. This is just a long animation before you get the portal. You can portal out and save yourself 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Now at this point, we're ready to leave this zone, so we do our turn-ins. Ironically, all of our turn-ins are up here. We pick Jesheret's rewards up, get our skill point. And then pick these two up. Which again is just more skills. Use whatever your build calls for, then head to the accent. Nothing else gives anything for all your work that you've done. Just him. Alright, so here you almost want to go straight across from the entrance. Well, I say not across. Kind of diagonal, because you'll see that there's these tracks or roadways. You can follow them around, but you always have to cross this bridge every time. And then you can basically just follow the tire tracks around if you don't know your way through the zone very well. And they will take you over to here where this little village is, and then there's a crafting recipe right there. And ta-da, again, look for things on the ground that tells you where to go, like those tire tracks. And now you don't have to ever figure this zone out. We click on the portal, and boom, we're at the start of Act 5. They've changed. They've changed this to where you now have this waypoint automatically. Prior to 3.25, you did not get that waypoint automatically, which meant you could have to run the ascent again if you died here and accidentally didn't click resurrect a checkpoint. No longer an issue. They made it like all the other zones where you get the first teleport past the zone area. So, less of a worry. This zone, you need to go as far to the right as you can kind of path or meander. And then once you kind of get over to where you have these kind of bars and everything's as far over here as you can get, you go down. And then you go down as far as you can. And then you go down to the left. And you basically do that and you will find the Overseer Knoll. Or no, whatever. Kill him and you get your ladder. But that zone is exactly that way every single time. Here, again, you don't have to pick anything up. Actually, I'm going to go back because I want to get my purity. I'm getting frozen and stun locked a little bit, and should also be able to put my Death Rush on instead of Call of the Void. And Purity Elements. Swap around here for a bit. Keep Flame Dash, but we'll keep that there for now. Alright, so we should be good there. Don't want to really change anything else out. Move Purity here. Move there. Alright. We're gonna get rid of haste. We'll probably keep this just because really it's not going to really help us any. We need the Herald of Ice if we're doing the Call of the Void Ring, but we kind of want to do Death Rush because we get adrenaline every time we kill somebody. So on these sections you can jump across, and that saves you from having to go down and back. You just need to look for the busted bars. Again, there's broken bars, and we can cut down through here and grab this and then pop back up. Now, once you get the quest item, you're just going to go basically up until you get back to another set of these. Straight across the stairs is a place to go up. And then once you leap across, again, you just kind of make your way back over to the right. And then once you get back to this section, you're going to the left. Now, sometimes early I'll put a portal there because I don't want to have to run all the way back through this very long zone. This guy is not hard by any means, but if you're new to the game and struggling, or you have a very early game weak build, kind of a low end league starter, that type of stuff, super helpful to just make sure you don't have to run back through the whole zone. You just choose town, go through your portal, and you're right back where you're at. Don't forget that they've added a hotkey now for dropping a portal. You'll notice I'm popping my portals without opening my inventory. Let's talk about that real quick. It's in input, and I forget what they named it. Use portal scroll. I have mine set to the B key. That allows you to literally, while you're running, drop a portal instantly without opening your inventory, without slowing down, causing any input delays or anything. It just spawns the portal instantly. Alright, we're still doing good on our levels. We'll probably need to pick up some better flask when we get through. This zone, you're just trying to make yourself straight across till you get past the bridges. And then once you get past the bridge into this first section, you go to the right. And then you kind of go back down, because you're kind of zigzagging and meandering to the Templar Courts. Grab the waypoint again so we don't have to worry about running if we mess up. Run into something weird like, you know, these guys. In this area, it's going to be make your way to the back wall opposite of where you come in. That's Damas's office for when he was working back in the office before he went to remote homework. Again, you got to get to the far end, and then you got to get to the far right. This zone's a little rotated than what you'll commonly see, but once you get to the far kind of outer skirts, you got to get a run around the entire outside of this zone. Don't really need to spend any time on the inside. Pardon. You can see I didn't go down far enough, so got to keep going around the outside even more. Eventually you kind of get to the end, and then should see stairs and the exit. So pretty simple paving. You're starting to see the pattern for 90% of the zones. Stay along the outsides, and collect the stuff. Inside's just some filler, that type of stuff. Same thing applies here. Just kind of stick to the outside. You have to do what I call the up and over, which I'll show you once we get to the up and over what that is. Now there is a move speed craft here towards the middle, but not too bad. Let's see, I believe that was the up and over. Yeah, it was. This is just going to be the corner. And I'll show you this, what it looks like on the end once we kind of pay through. Leave. If you're looking for the crafting recipe, it's usually towards the middle area here, on one side or the other. I can't remember. I think it's before you get to the up and over here, and then it's after the up and over in the second half when you come back through for a second time. But we'll check real quick here. Yeah, so it's before the up and over on the first time through. But you'll see, it'll have a big bright yellow for you. So this area can get a little kind of nuts when it gets to, you know, league starting. Obviously, if you're power leveling, not a big deal. You can dive for the door, and then if you die, you'll respawn here instead of all the way at the beginning, which without having monsters to kill, you end up saving yourself a lot of time. This fight's pretty straightforward. Again, just kind of kite around. These statues will walk and then potentially hit you. These you just got to kill. The hardest part about these is that they create bubbles, and you have to be inside the bubble when your spell hits for it to do damage. Depending on your build, they might not get the chance to build bubbles like that. So if these guys spawn, when you get near, they do that swing and then they kind of freeze up again. So you can see it there. Then he, guess I should tap him so he'll go ahead and phase one more time. He does have his large ball phase that kills people, which I'll show you the a way to dodge it, or two different ways to dodge it. Now that we actually have Innocence up. So here's his laser beam again, just run around it. It's just like Piety's beam. That's his Grand Slam. I don't know if he'll do the... So yeah, he should have to have a statue the turn before he can fire it. I don't think he does it on his first try. I mean, you have to phase him once. And then he'll do the ball. I want to show the ball phase and how to work around it. The statues reset each time. Alright, there we go. Laser beam. And then, come on. Try and get him to do it. So you can stand behind the statues for attacks. But they have to be solid like that. Alright, let's see if we can get him to... Maybe it's only his last phase that he does the nuclear ball. I'm usually one-shotting him even during... Well, I want to say one-shot during the league start, but he's usually dead pretty quick even in league start, so I forget when he actually does that summons. So this attack, you can stand behind, but if you just run to the edge, you can usually, and of course he slammed me, get around them, or if there's a statue available, you can hide behind the statue. See if we can get him to do it one more time. Here we go. So you'll see the statues will shield you from it. So all that time just to kind of present that, but a lot of people just don't quite understand and they die a couple times and they get frustrated, that kind of thing. So we'll go back to the chamber and I'll show you what I meant by the up and over. So this is kind of broken into two sections. There's a first half and then a second half, and they can be equally large or equally small, but they're connected always with this kind of weird elbow. This kind of hip bone shape is always in some... If you haven't went up and over and there's nothing that's connecting it around it, then you have not went farther enough to the left before you start cutting back. You'll just be farming back out through the rest of it. So, fun fact, you do need to click Bannon. If you don't click Bannon, he doesn't show back up in town and you can't get a reward. Or it's actually a reward's given to somebody else for the quest. It's really just an awkward piece. It's better to go ahead and just get that dialogue. It's a single click and then it makes it much more clean. Coming out of the... Once it's the torch courts, you need to kind of stay more towards the middle as you're leaving versus all the way to the far right. The far right's going to just kind of be... You'll get locked up. Again, that guy's usually not worth it. You can see he doesn't drop anything of value. So not much point to farm him. Here, you're always just trying to make your way to the outer wall again. And we all love clicking on doors. We hear that maybe at some point we'll get better doors or better click rates on the doors. Once we get to the back wall, we're straight down and out to the ruin square. Alright, here we have to go across first, or straight across. Or then once we get to this kind of what would have been the kind of pathway around, we go back to the left and back down. It's the same way every single time. This is a static zone. Then we cut back to the left, so we got to zigzag through that U shape. It's the same every time. We go to the ossuary. And for here, it's always going to be a U, because you're going to backtrack around. So you're always going to kind of just make a big circle, I should say. It's less of a U and more of a circle. So just kind of hug the inner circle and don't get tugged too far around the outer edge, because you got to be back in the middle. So we just keep farming around the middle. And then we'll see our yellow icon. Pick up the staff. Click the lever. Some people port back to town, come back. I don't like to do that. It's just a pain. The zone's not really great for it. It's just almost as fast to go back. From here, you got to go across the bridge. Or into the city-town area, I should say. Once you get past the bridge, you don't want to go that corner. You want to get past there, but then once you get into this open area, you need to start going diagonal just a bit, mostly kind of hugging towards the right, because we want to get this entranceway, which is going to take us over to this boss. You want to walk to him before spending time clearing anything else, because he takes forever. So you have plenty of time to clear all this other garbage. He comes up, he's really easy, doesn't really have anything of value, rarely drops things. There is a hideout down there if you haven't got the ruin squared hideout. Follow the far right wall. This will get you down to the rectory. So they've added keys, and we'll go find the keys. Keys are in chests, so you have to open chests to find the keys. So, but basically, you're going to find these quest items along the path. Click on chests as you find them. They're going to be along the outside. There's 3 of them. A lot of the times, the chests you need for the keys are the ones in the middle. But you got to kind of just click them all. I have my opinions about it. So there's the first key. And just, you can kind of see how it just takes forever to add clicking the chest in, but we got our second key, so we can stop clicking chest. Now 2 options, you can port back out and come back to the waypoint or run through. It's experience, it doesn't take very long. I usually just kind of, especially if I'm power leveling, because I'm probably, yeah, I'm right a little bit ahead, but not much. The next few zones you'll find yourself falling behind on because we don't need to kill too much. So you put a key in each hole, click on the key to insert and turn it, and then we get access to the vault. There's a few monsters to fight, and basically you get these treasure piles. That one dropped literally nothing. That one dropped a gold amulet and a weapon. That dropped some, a portal scroll, yay. So really not a whole lot out of these. One item there. Orb of Scouring. So what you're really actually coming in here for is this Vault Hoard. And lo and behold, it dropped 3 items. So was it at all worth, running and clicking all those chests? No, don't, just skip. So at this point, you can go back to town because we're going to pretty much move along. So if you don't have to backtrack too much and get all your turn-ins done, you can get yourself kind of boosted. Grab that to fix some resist. Grab a potion that makes sense. For these, really depends on your build. If you're a mage, I'd say blue. If you're a warrior, red. If you're ranged, you can get some really nice things on green. Early league, I like to do green or red. This is the best thing to do to get like max mana. This can give you life. Everybody kind of needs life early. Nobody's running high ES early on. So I usually do a red or a green. I'll do a green if I have a Vow Orb because you can corrupt that into some really nice gems. So I'm going to go ahead and just do green this time. But kind of buyer's pick. Keep on clicking. Get our other skill book. And then Bannon. Bannon, depending on your build, can actually have some decent items. I've gotten some really good bows. Everything's maxed length is the nice thing here. So you're guaranteed to get a max length item. You can see quivers can be, usually it's a blunt, which that's a lot of flat damage. So we'll try the bow and see what we get. Try the bow, see what we get. Not terrible. We got attack speed, global crit for, level 38 bow. That's not bad. Nothing to write home about, but it's not bad. So, we got attack speed, 5% increased life, stun and night. So, not bad either. I obviously don't need these because I'm power leveling, so I'm just going to sell them off. Well, let's see, actually. Did we get lucky with the corruption? No, we got the worst corruption possible. So, but hey, that's the kind of stuff you could get. So at this point, what I usually end up doing is taking a break, running my normal lab. Because as you can see now, we're not quite almost full capped on resist, and we're going to lose 30, so we're going to be at 30% across the board when we kill Katava. So it's a good time to do normal lab and get it out of the way. We're strong enough. Our potions are allowed to be quite high now. You can run hollowed flask, so you can get 2,000 life back versus others. At this point, you have decent mana flask. You have hollowed flask. I think I can even run an enduring. Yep. So I can even run an enduring if I'm having issues where my mana pots aren't sustaining me very well. So, alright. But we're going to go ahead and finish this out. So back to the reliquary. And the reason I like running this way, because some people go ahead and just skip those quests because it's just for items and stuff like that. I think one's a skill point, one's items. However, or they're both the jewel items, kind of side quest. I find that from an experience points, it keeps you in check, keeps you going. It's almost as fast as running around and coming here. Choose to pick or not for power leveling. I've been known to skip them and come back, but really they're so fast. I just do them so they're done. That way I don't have to worry about missing a quest. Kind of the whole completionist aspects of life. Yeah, if I'm new character, I always run them because they're super. The gear and items you can get very lucky with. Rooftop, you just kind of wiggle your way across. It's pretty just straightforward. Sometimes you'll have to dip way down or way up to get around a block, but nothing's too bad. And of course, we've taken like no life node, so we're not gonna have any life. We're gonna probably get one shot once or twice. So click on the cradle. Yeah, after that level up 75 because yeah, forgot didn't have purity of elements in town. So those punch slams are what's gonna probably be the most deadly. These tend to not hurt his hand swipes. It's those, well, if he punches again. I find the punches, and sometimes when you first walk in, he'll throw the rooftop at you. That can be a bit of a problem. So this is a degen zone. And it shoots out. People die to these little blobs that come out. Those blobs are what's really deadly, as they're a high degen for you. You saw this kind of explosion, because you can see here, these things eat your life in a quick amount. When it's on the heart, you have two options. You can hit the heart a whole bunch, but really what you need to kill is the champion of the feast, because it's when he dies that the heart comes back in and kind of flows in usually. Or you can just hit the heart. This will follow you around the map a little bit, but you just need to see, oh, again, the punch is what sketches. Just have to run away from the crosshairs, stay out of the degen. And the fight's pretty straightforward. Now we gotta just knock him down one more time. Oh no, we've already killed him enough. Now we take our debuff. Now, even with purity, we're at 55, which is not bad. That's, I mean, that for everything that's doing damage, we're good there. And that is the first half of story. So what I usually like to do is take a quick moment at this point, click on part 1, and just see if I forgot to do any turn-ins, because I've been zinking along so fast. So, but you can see we haven't missed any, and the only ones we don't have is, you know, cleaning off the fetid fuel. So we're good to go there, and of course we're missing the great white beast out of the den. So now we're into, you know, Act 6. And even though I've basically dragged myself through the labyrinth, did the tower 2 times, and I've slow walked, ran through the ledge twice, and quite a few other things, we're still only at 3 hours and 11 minutes. And there was actually probably about 20 minutes where I paused the video but had to deal with some guests coming to the door, so I just left the game running. So about 2.5 hours of actual real play time has passed. So we're on target for a 4 hour complete. So we really only have about 2 more hours to go to finish this all out, and the next part of this goes a lot faster. So let's go ahead and get started. I just clear those because they're just annoying. Their vision and stuff. You don't have to click on any of them, but I find their icons just appear. Nessa, you don't have to do this. It's just for a respec point. You can do it later. I usually find that, as a power level, I'm not following my actual tree path that I'm going to need to do. I'm following something that's more in line for the power leveling. So I usually like to get these like free regrets out of the way. Kind of deals. Otherwise, it's not that important. Don't really need to come through here at all. Can skip it completely. Come back and do it later when you need regrets or you're done. Again, though, for league start, I definitely, because there's always a league mechanic in this zone. Now, whether it's a essence or it's a I've had it used to be metamorphosis. Now I've had Legion. I've had Delirium is quite common here because it can start spawning. So there's a lot of options. There's always a little hidden nook that has like 5 or 6 of these, and then let's see here. I think the essences count towards the total. I'm almost positive they do. So, gotta kill the essences. Yep, that's what it was. And then, of course, we missed one of the people somewhere. So let's go find them. Probably on the first half. I'll talk about bad luck. Okay. See if we can get a snake to find it. Oh, there they go. Yep, snake found it. Alright. Go back to town. Alright, back in town. I don't bother running to Lily to turn her quest in. She'll appear shortly after. Alright. So when we're on the coast, kind of just walking through how this goes. Again, now here's a bit of a back and forth. I usually just run and do it, get it over with. Again, it's just about not having to come back. But either which way, if you're trying to, pretend you're a racer and going to compete against everybody that's getting their, Twitch feeds to give them items or to power boost them as a guild, and where they're all feeding one person so they run, then don't feel like you need to. That's fine, but I tend just to go ahead and get it over with, especially if I'm league starting. Then really I just kind of do a power starting. We can see it only took a few minutes. Not even that, like a minute. Mud flats, kind of always a diagonal / across from the entrance. Go figure. Y'all probably tired of hearing me say that. We got lucky. Nessa's close to the door, so should be easy. Biggest thing here is just don't stand still. again, just kite around if you can. If you do have a melee build that stands still, no bigs. You should be able to tank what little bit of damage is there, especially if you have purity. You're going to avoid most of the damage off. So over to the Kuri Fortress. Here you can go either which way you like. Doesn't really matter. It's half a dozen another. Really just depends if you get lucky on which layout, on whether left or right's faster. I'm sure there's a calculation where right is a half second faster. This is going to be for a skill point. All of these bosses are for a skill point, so you need to clear them while you're going through, or you got to come back and get them later. I find clearing them when you go through is just fine. This fight's pretty straightforward. Hit him until he gets his totems up. The main totem in the middle doesn't do this guy's beam. Doesn't actually do a lot of damage. What it does is it debuffs your fire resist. You do not need to talk to Sin, and I usually find it's fastest to leave out the other side than what you come in, or that the top side is usually closer than the bottom side is to this door, as we can see. So I usually go right to left. So here, start running around, and these are the places where if you're getting a friend to help you, you're making a lot of really rapid progress, because they can port you to the lower prison at this point and you don't have to make this run, because it's a bit of a distance of a run. Go ahead and just kind of fill up here. We're still doing good. And like I said, you can see I'm not really fighting nearly as much here, because I don't need to. I'm already above level. I'm just fighting enough to keep my Quicksilvers up. Oh no. Well, we'll double check. It could turn back around, but I have a feeling we're just getting looped back to the start. And we needed to go down. Yep. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're getting looped around to the start. We'll double check just to make sure it's not right here. It does have some promise. There's not a whole lot of rhyme and reason. Here we go. We actually did get lucky. Again, there's a trial. At this point, you just want to go ahead and get them over with. There's no point not to, because it's not like you're going to magically be in like some super powerful mode later than what you're already in for now. I mean, trials don't need you to kill anything, so really you're just in my move speed as fast as it could be. At this point, you should definitely have 2 Quicksilvers going, so shouldn't be a big deal. So grab the trial, get that completed. Tower is a tower, which means we just need to go around the center. Think of it as having a hollow kind of air shaft in the middle. The first floor can be a little wonky, but after that, most of the floors will follow a pattern of going around the center shaft. There's the shaft, so it should be around this way, most likely. Not always, but most of the time it is. Like such. Then once we see the door, it's usually in the middle of the shaft for this fight. Kill Brutus is pretty much exactly the same as he was when he was in, level or Act 1. Just cut around. He's going to do his slams, but they just have a bigger area of effect. And you obviously have Shyvana shooting at you as well. And she'll pop up. Her hardest part really is the fact that she'll go invulnerable, which is this phase. When she does, you can't actually hit her when she's in the air. You just run around and dodge her like balls. Get her cycled. Then they'll merge. Then he's just gets full screen slams now, basically, which is fine. And he'll pull himself across instead of pulling you. So, but pretty easy fight. No need to wait for anything. Just move on. So there is, a god here. The leaping cow guy. That's what we're going to just call him. I don't go for him yet, and I'll show you why. Because it's easier to follow the road, go to the Western Forest. In the Western Forest, there is a crafting recipe where Alara is, or was, I should say. Same thing still holds. Look for that torch. It would be on the left side. Make your your road to the left. There's the cobblestone to go to her old pit. And then where her old fighting arena is where the recipe is. That waypoint's really meh. Because you wouldn't even need it if you're power, unless the person needs the waypoint, but they can come back and get the craft. Yeah, totally did not click on that, but whatever. Alright, so again, we're going to continue on here. Following the road, because that's what we do. When you get to the waypoint, you'll see the cobblestones. I don't take them at this point. I just leave them and keep moving forward. Once you see any of those guys, they're not worth fighting again, because, again, it's just not worth it. You head to the right, and you'll have the Southern Forest. Here, you have to make some logs, or die to stun locking and not attacking. Go spiders. So, usually you can make this jump without needing to. So I usually come over here as a shortcut, because you gotta make a jump to the island. You can see it right there. It's too big in this map, so we can't make the jump. We have to actually cross the tree. Sometimes these are close enough, the rivers are narrow, and you can port or jump flame dash across. It saves you some time. Sometimes they're just too sprawled out, but you kind of got to get to midway up on this middle path and cut across this tree to this tree, and this is the same always. You always have to come across here, find this tree, or make this jump if it's close enough. So you can sometimes make a jump from here to here, and then from here to here, and just zip right along. Can't always do that though, but that path is always the same. And from there you just kind of go diagonal to the right. Again, he's not worth killing. He drops like 3 items. Half the time they're blue or white. Maybe one yellow will fall. We grab our waypoint. Cavern our anger. Grab our black flag. And start going through the cavern. That's a click for ore, why not? So the cavern can have a couple of different layouts. Most of the time you're going to go to the far bottom right and then work your way around. Over to the left, over in this general area probably off this trail, there is a hideout. You'll see a marker for it, and then you just got to push and it opens a door. So, alright, so now we run through here. Usually following the beach is safe, unless sometimes the beach is closed off and you have to go through the middle of the forest to get to the beach. But typically speaking, just getting over to this, following along the beach and then coming up through the middle is probably your best bets. And then once you see these rock formations, obviously you need to go up and in, because they're going to be the path that takes you to the temple kind of raised area, where we get to do one of the most fun things that everybody loves: sit and wait for these things to move while being attacked. Times like these, that purity of elements is just awesome because you won't get frozen or chilled by those. Did I seriously just crash? So yes, we did crash. So welcome back. Alright. So yep, we've got a as you can see, it was a lot farther along than it even thought it was. So just need to keep on trekking through here. Here's where having the purity helps, and having kind of an AoE attack. If you're melee, it can kind of suck, especially get to these guys that want to just pelter you. It's always better to take a step back than die, because it's going to reset back to the last corner it did. Alright, once we get that, we come over to this one. Here again is where it's really nice playing with a friend at leak start, because you can do both of these at the same time. They take the same amount of time to move, so you complete in just about the same amount of time. Can be slightly different, but for the most part it's about the same. Sometimes I'll, get a couple quick skill increase taps in while I can. These are kind of a good spot where you'll catch up on some experience because you're kind of forced to fight these things. Then once we get that done, we ignite, take a step away, then touch the beacon. Some people will sit there and click for like 30 minutes, waiting on the beacon. Alright, sell to the Brine King. Now, because this isn't a zone or a new act, we don't get this waypoint by default, so make sure you get it in case you accidentally click town. Otherwise, you're running from the start of that beach again. FYI. So here, again, purity elements is your saving grace. Otherwise, you'll just get frozen by the millions of little freezy frost bolts that come out from all these guys. We're just kind of working our way across the seabed, kind of at a diagonal, till we see this, and that's kind of the signal for where this is. Again, you get used to where these are, you can go across pretty quick. And now we spend 30 minutes waiting for this to talk. So again, a good time to get your points allocated. Work on your tree, that kind of stuff. Let's get that one at least, so we're good there. This fight's super easy, unless you're melee, because this bubble thing right there sucks if you need to be in it. You just kind of have to wait until it times itself out. They did shorten its duration, to where that bubble doesn't last as long. So a lot of people hate this section because it's hard. It's not hard, just stand still. You will have to move occasionally. But if you run around, it really jacks up the AI and it gives it so much more chance to hit you than if you stand still because it's trying to be all fancy like it's doing something fancy. But if you move around, it becomes a lot worse. So you'll see it's casting there, casting there. It's trying to be. It's not even tried to cast on me yet. And the water didn't even come over because I stood still. Move around, you will get hit 3 times as much. So just find a corner and stand. You'll be good. Watch out for the cycloning water spout. And now we should have our last phase. We'll find a spot. So there, I got a step. But you'll see I stepped. I'm cleared that one. Oop, no, I'm not. So just make sure you kind of step around. See, now that I'm moving, things are a lot harder. So we'll finish them off real quick. Keep in mind, I do have like 14 points I should probably put in my tree because they're going to life. Oh, this is a little embarrassing. Come on. Mind might not swat at me the second I become invulnerable. Thank you. So yeah, always invest your points. They make a world of difference. I'm just kind of doing it because, you know, well, I'm trying to power run. Again, don't need to wait for them. However, once you get to the bridge encampment, click and select. You're going to want that because you at least get the stun unlocked. So now you're no longer getting stun locked. At this point, we go back to Act 6. We go back to the riverways. Because we don't need this zone to be up for us to find the way across pretty easy. Again, we have cobblestones that will lead us. And now we're back at the wetlands. This is usually diagonally up to the left. And at this point, we don't have stun lock, or we don't get stunned or stun locked, so the Roas become a lot less of an issue. Alright, then we kill these little pods, usually not too hard. They die pretty quick. Then we go after the Slotha. Biggest thing is just don't stand in the chaos, just move. That's all you gotta do, it's just not stand. Wherever they spout all the chaos blobs, wherever that happens, just move. The rest of it's pretty straightforward. You can out potion it, etc. Alright, so there we go. So here we'll portal back to Lionize, but we're not going to deal with our turn in just yet. Because we're just going to go back to our waypoint. Then we're going to pick on Prisoner's Gate. And again, this time we're gonna kind of... And the reason we're doing this is it saves us from backtracking, especially in this zone. Because what ends up happening is you basically end up going down this zone, fighting the boss, porting back to town, coming back to this zone to continue your run. This way, you're just going one way, and you're not coming back. So again, you're saving yourself that backtracking. So just shaves a few little bits off. Yeah, I should probably put some points into my life. My life nodes probably should use some. Alright, once you kill him, the barrage will start until you get to Cloven Pass. Really, just watch out for his leaf flam. Don't need to kill anything here unless you need potion recharging. Then here, you want to stay out of any of his leaps or degens, because that's really where he's going to get you. These pulls right here hurt like a mofo. So again, we don't have to wait. We'll just leave. And most people still have Life Flask at this point, so they're going to take Solo Roslotha just so you get your free potion recharges as you go. And at this point, now we're completely done and we can do all of our turn-ins. Get our skill points. Oops. Get our item. I usually do the belt unless I need to get a better amulet, but the amulets really don't get a lot better than what you get from the Act 3 lady for the powder. Alright, nothing special there, so now we have Act 6 done. Alright. And I'm going to pause my video here and get my skill points assigned so I quit dying so much and looking bad on film. Alright, we got our quest completed. So, our skill points added. Ridge encampment. Again, don't really have to do these. Heading to the broken bridge. I usually will do deliriums as they come available in these areas, only because they're usually worth, you know, doing, to be honest. You'll get a sometimes you can get a really nice early jewel. So we're basically just looking for this main plaza, or kind of fortress. It has the dirty locket in it with the silver locket, or dirty locker with the silver locket. And then we're just going to kind of start heading down, following the road a bit to make our way out of the zone. There we go. Now we're at the crossroads. We have our waypoint again. There you'll find the entrance to the Forbidden Sanctum, if you haven't already got it done. There is one spot where there's a unique here. I don't know if they've changed anything else. By the time you get here, again, you're kind of like, do I really want to do the cutesy stuff? And as we've seen, the cutesy little added on side stuff really isn't that great. I'll go back at some point later and just make sure this zone hasn't had anything super special added. My understanding is it doesn't have anything super special added. So usually just running through. So here we have our other lab trial. And then we now got to figure our way down through that other door, which is actually here, which will take us over to here. And then we should just need to find the center of this section. Where the trunk is that has the map device item, which there we go. Container of Sins, get Malagori's map. Then we just port out once we have the lab. And we go back to Crossroads. Did Chamber Ascends, level 1. Again, you'll, same thing as the first time we met it. You'll looking for the center. There it is. So now we just need to kind of transverse our way around until we find the path into it. Or a path into it. Looks like it's going to be down this way. Alright, get our waypoint, put our map device in, and go from there. If you fail all of your portals, you can talk to Silk and he'll give you another map. You don't have to go back and run the other direction. He can give you the map again. He really wants the black venom for his girl, so even though she's going to eat him. Oh, wait, sorry, spoilers. But if you're first time running, guess what? Sorry, it's not that much of an exciting spoiler. Didn't ruin a magnificent, cinematographic moment in history, like if it was a Blizzard game here. Biggest issue here is the bleed, and the fact I should have kept going that direction because that's where it was probably. But we'll validate it's not here. It's not, so let's go back down. What you're looking for is these narrow passages on these planks. They take you to the next area. I usually pop a portal out here again, same reasons as always. Well, that one's actually super helpful because you don't have to run back through the zone if you die here in this fight. As you can see, it did kind of tag me on accident without me paying much attention and almost got me. So, because this acts like a standard map. So basically wherever your current portal spot is where you'll come back into. Alright, we picked the venom up. Step outside for our portal, save ourselves a portal scroll. And then talk to Silk for one of the shortest lived items in the game, the poison. And then as always, waypoint will take you out to the next section. You have to disconnect there. Now I'll show you a trick if you're power leveling that you can do here in a minute on the other side of the chamber. So you have to basically make your way through here. So first time you need the lab that's here. There's also a hideout. So you just kind of got to make your way through. But if you don't need the lab, which means you're not looking for the lab, what your party person can do is teleport to the next zone and then take a step back and open a portal for you. So I'll show you what that looks like here in just a second. So you have to click on that key and open the den to get to this room. Your party member can, however, go back to town, click on the den, come here, pop back into the chambers of 2, and go, bam, portal. You can take that portal, click on the door, and enter the den, which then frees you for your next slot. And then your partner can jump you to this waypoint, which is out in the fields. But we don't have that, so we're going to be self-running. But that's just how you can quickly power somebody through, not having to run through the whole second floor of chamber secrets or sins. Yeah, I know. Treasury's out of gold. Get over it. Den's pretty straightforward. Just run to the other side. Grab this waypoint because, you know, as I said, you can just basically move yourself along, no problems. Ashen Fields is basically just a straight run down the path. This boss fight's pretty straightforward. The biggest thing to do is just keep moving so you don't get hit by the arrow barrage right there. Because it's going to pretty much be the arrow barrage that really does the most amount of damage. Again, we're not waiting. We're going to the Northern Forest. Now here, I always say go back to town. You don't have to turn anything in. You'll inadvertently end up doing that anyways. But what you want to do is make sure you talk to Helena, because you want Gruul's necklace. Now, that way you can go ahead and just complete his little task when you find it as you're running through. This time we got to go into the Dread Thicket, so we just got to go find it. It's always going to be on the edge somewhere. Here we go. Nothing special in this zone except for collecting the fireflies. Obviously we're doing Den of Despair. So what usually kills people here for the den is when this shout happens, you'll see that there's these poison spike things. I don't want to say poison spikes, they're ghosts. So he's summoning spirits, and as they pass through you, they do a lot of kind of just damage to you. So that's really what actually usually kills you. I mean, the slam's not great, but you'll just kind of be standing over dying and not knowing why, and that's why. They're hard to see is the issue. It's really kind of hard to tell where they're at. Once we kill them, again, not worth waiting to talk to Sin. We're just going to keep moving on, finding the rest of the fireflies. Probably wasn't too terrible. Might save me a few steps, actually. I find early expedition is good to go and run. You can get a lot of items. Usually they're not too hard, the mods, and the monsters aren't terrible. Also, you could possibly get a good item just out of dumb blind luck. So, there's a recipe right here with that guy's guarding. Alright, we got the fireflies, and since we're already close to the door, we're just going to run out the door. We could portal the town, come back. If you're on the far side, I do that sometimes. Because we need to find Grul's necklace podium, which is probably going to be down along the middle here. Could still be up, but we need to check all this zone real quick. So, you know, going back through the portal and running this area again is not that big of a deal. But the reason we grab the necklace is so we can see, because you'll get the exclamation point. You don't need to kill anything at the ghost or anything that spawned. You just keep moving. Now we have that quest done. And over to the causeways. Here, having a good kind of gaps skill like flame dash or such is really helpful. Saves you a lot of kind of transversing. Get to skip through good chunks of the map. I get the waypoint just so if I die, that's where I come back at. Fun times. Because you never know with these guys. So I usually don't do Alva, because the problem is what'll happen is the way Alva works is her temple is based on the maps that you've ran, and so you're not going to really get her enough before you get into mapping. So you're going to end up having her 4 zones out of the 12 that are level 54, and then the rest of them are going to be like level 70, and so your average ends up being like a level 60 zone. Or if you don't touch it at all and then you go to do her later, your first temple you build, you're like, wait, why is this thing like level 50? And that's the reason why. So I usually just skip her on those parts, even with my league starters. So this zone, you kind of meander around the outside and then come back. It can have a few different designs. It's not one of my favorites because it's not consistent in any form or fashion on how far you need to go out and around before you come back. So like I feel as if I should still probably go more to the left. Like I don't think this is going to be enough, but we'll find out. Yeah, see, it wasn't. So we're going to go ahead and just go up through this way again, just to confirm. Trials are pretty useless. They take forever. Not really of a lot of value. Let's see what we get over this way. Maybe. Nope. Okay, so we do need to go over that way. Just didn't go over far enough across the top. Probably because I needed to put room for the Trial Master and Alva. Alright, so that's what happened. Alright, so we kind of made our path up and over, so now we just need to figure our way back in. There we go. Now we come back down, And there she is. So it's just kind of this weird out and about and around kind of thing you have to just deal with. So, because it would not count, this would just be blocked off, is what ends up happening. So you have to kind of do that loop around. Another point we're having that waypoint and party member, guild member, friend helping power level saves so much time because you don't have to try and figure that whole zone out. This zone's purely running. You're going to definitely want to make sure you have a max jump skill. We're probably not going to end up in any of those scenarios because the map's just going to generate a certain way that we don't need them, but we'll find out. So just kind of working to get our way through. There's a lot of chaos damage here, so if you die, that's the reason why. Apparently it's singing time for my dogs. They like to sing every once in a while. And then they're happy. Alright, so again, just kind of meandering your way through a zone till you get to the next one. Spiders here can flicker strike, which means they jump right on top of you, no warning. And getting like 6 of those to do that at one time can be a little deadly. So that's probably what'll kill you if you get hit hard. Again, usually the exits are opposite of where you come in at. There's a few maps where that's not the case, or a few times it's not the case. Let's see what we can do here. Have anything special? No, we'll just tap it and get it. Never know. I have gotten divine by doing a white Arcanist chest. So and yes, that was a white Arcanist chest while leveling through story mode. Happens more than you would think. So here's where we get the option to jump. And that sometimes helps us, sometimes doesn't. Just depends on the map. This time it did. Alright, so now we're trying to get down. Everybody in the world hates blue circles. There's our last exit. And we go fight Arakali. Fight's pretty straightforward. Just smack her a whole bunch until she goes down. Watch the laser beams. You just move out of the way. Usually most people don't have any issue with the first half of this fight. It's after she does that, eats silk, that becomes a problem. And that's because of the chaos balls she shoots. And I'll show you what they kind of look like. Those beams, you just kind of need to step out, and then when she stomps down, she moved, so they won't be over here yet. But when she's doing those stomps, she summons those purple balls back. So if you just kind of do a step back away from her and run around, you'll miss the balls. And that's usually what kills you in the second phase of her fight, because they hit pretty hard. Alright, that's an auto waypoint because we're at the start of a new act, so we can just run past it, don't even have to get near it. We're auto granted it. Just kind of making our way across the green zone till we get to the stairs that take us to the top of the wall. And then we're just running back the other direction. I always like the kind of the way the water and the port looks on one side and vegetation on the other. It's kind of just a really nice area design. Kind of gives you that like sense of being in part of an actual real world versus just kind of placed together in a tunnel. And we go down towards the city, where we kind of get ferried across into the encampment. So at this point, I usually go back to Act 7, and then now I turn all my stuff in. That way I just kind of wrap up Act 7. I, again, don't have to run through this bridge a dozen times, to him back and forth a few times, just once. Same where Airmere. Get my item from Helena. And oh yeah, they're still showing because until you actually click on the skill book, they don't actually go away. So now we can look at Act 7. Everything's cleared. So now we're good to start Act 8. All these items are going to be garbage, so we'll just sell them at Clarissa. Yeah, I'll keep the potion. Restock on our things, and now we're just heading off to fight through the toxic conduits. Alright, so toxic conduits, pretty straightforward. Again, a lot of chaos on the ground, not so much just from the monsters, but they'll cast stuff that hits the ground or they die and leave chaos on the ground. So just kind of be mindful of that happening. Really not a whole lot. If you played the game a lot, this kind of follows just like a toxic sewer kind of motif. You will always end up finishing this section out in the upwards position, meaning leaving the zone from the top. So just got to be mindful of that. And because you're always going to have this kind of wraparound. Now, one thing you can do here, and it works for almost everything. I think Leap Slam might have an issue. I think Leap Slam can make it. It's just harder. You can jump through this gate. Now, the next gate that's kind of like that, you cannot. But that one you can to save yourself from having to walk that short distance back and forth. This time, the actual boss fight can be anywhere. But again, it's very much just a toxic sewer run. This is literally toxic sewers. So if you ran toxic sewers at all, this is that same, it's the exact map. It's literally toxic sewer map. Only difference is there's a door instead of a freestanding boss. So what would usually just be her is now this little cauldron area. This fight's pretty straightforward. So you randomly click on the valve, it gets a color. Different colors do different types of damage and AoE aspects. And as time goes on, more and more of it flows. And you can see like more and more red is appearing and it's becoming more clustered. If it becomes overwhelming, click on the valve and you'll change its color. And you stop how much is built up. So it kind of resets the zone for you. And you see we're only back to like 2 explosions instead of 30, that kind of stuff. And she's kind of not doing nearly as much. And then there's the other that they'll do. Come on, just die already. Like, seriously? Thank you. Now from here you have two choices. I usually go this way first, just because it's more common, or it's just what I've been just used to for hundreds of years. This gate, you cannot jump through. Sorry, would make sense, would feel really good, but you can't. Kind of like the delves. Hey, you had a secret in the last one, but not this time. Can't be that smart. So it takes us to the quay. I think, again, this is back to the whole mob density and running and things I have to fight versus things I can run past. Typically early in the quay, you'll find this narrow passage, and that's what you need to basically get the Ankh. So just kind of be looking for that. It's usually early on in the level. From there, you're just going to kind of be looking along the outer edge for, paving across. There's going to be some bridges, maybe some boat paths that you cross. Those types of things. When you kind of see it take a weird backwards turn like this, is where you're probably going to find Clarissa. You'll find this long wall, and then she's kind of tucked behind it. So there we go. Now we're on the resurrection. We talked to Clarissa. It's back and forth on whether or not killing these things faster. Like, you have to kill X many before he spawns, or if it's just a time frame delay. But I have noticed the faster you kill them, the harder they get. So, and I've tried killing them fast, killing them slow. There seems to be a little bit of a difference, but not a whole lot. I think there's a flat amount that have to spawn, because his main ability is Corpse Explosion, which is that red circle. And that corpse explosion is what will kill you. Anything else he does won't really hurt or even notice it. Just talk to her real quick, just so we're clear, and then we're out of this area. Now you pretty much always have to go back around this wall. So now from where you go from here, bit of a back and forth. If you have a person that's power rushing you, they can actually go ahead and go into the green gate and either get you to the bosses, or what I find best is the gremlins or gemlins, is for them to port to the fields after and then walk backwards into the green gate. And that's usually the most effective means for them to get you through the zone. Or they're doing that while you're fighting Clarissa or Tolman and his resurrection stuff. There's our exit. So in the green gate, you'll have multiple paths that you can go. And what you're looking for is dead bodies. When they're down, it's kind of hard to tell where they're at, and this might not even be correct. Pretty sure it is, though. It is. But it's those dead bodies that you're looking for that are propped up against the wall. They mean you have the right room or the right path. That way you don't have to go through a big square or chunk where it's not correct. So if we look here, there's really no dead bodies per se. So, well, there was the one, but it's not the correct. It might have been, because there's no dead bodies there, so it might have been correct. So let's find out, because there is one laying on the ground, but I don't think this is correct. I think that's not. See, it was. Doubting myself. So now we've got the gemlings. These guys are pushovers. back to trying to find a dead body on the wall, which is right there. But as you can see, there's usually only one little chamber area from this, so from the Imperial Field. So take the Imperial Field's waypoint, come back in, and then pop a portal at the Gymlands, and save yourself from having to run all the way through the Grand Gate if you're getting assisted power leveling. We'll just call it assisted power leveling. Which means picking up this waypoint has some value to it. And at this point, there's really not that many story locks, meaning you can't just jump to the next section. So if I was good at assisted power leveling, I could go ahead and, after beating Gymlands, have my leveler, port me to the next Solaris Temple waypoint and go from there, and just kind of keep jumping and hopping through. Again, we're just following carpets, opening doors that we hate to open, trying not to get toasted too bad. Usually it's on the upside of the waypoint, not always, but there we go. Now we're into temple level 2. The worst part is sometimes you'll end up in the temples and you'll end up outside at the bridge just because of how it paved and you did miss a turn. That's fine. Some people are like, well, should I take that waypoint and then use it to come back later? And I say no, because you get the Lunaris one anyways. So in that case, it's kind of a better one than trying to find where it is and go through the bridge and grab that one. So this boss fight's pretty straightforward. He's gonna, again, ray beam you. Just walk around it. Don't get standing in the fire beams. And watch for the solar beams as they fall down. Those, they can hurt some. And just let this guy kill. There we go, come on. There we go. Grab the sun orb. Then we're pretty much clear and done. So we can just portal out. Then head the other direction. And again, this is where having an assisted power leveling is huge, because you can skip so much distance and travel. You can take these like 10-minute sections and turn them into like 1-minute sections, because you don't have to go through these 2 zones. You don't have to go through Promenade, which is not a bad zone to go through, especially if you're under leveled, but it is a long zone. I mean, we're at 1824, so let's just see. That feels as if it's not the correct door. I have a feeling that's the new door they've put in. That's part of the Lunar Solaris kind of stuff. We might pause the video and I'll go explore that here in a second, just to see if it's worth mentioning. So, minute and a half of skip to get to here. Alright, I'm going to pause the video and go back and check that door just to see if there's anything of value there. Alright, so yeah, that door does have a puzzle. Basically, in Solaris Temple level 1, you'll find a pathway entrance area, or just kind of a part of the temple in level 1 where you can step on this plate, which lights these up. And then there's one in the Lunaris Temple as well. That's a solar plate. And then you go back to the promenade to open that door. I'll do that. I hear you get a unique, but I want to see if it's like a unique every time or what happens. So we'll kind of cover that as we progress. So let's go back to the bathhouse. And when we get to the Lunaris Temple, I'll cover that and then I'll go back through the promenade again. My bet is it's probably completely useless unless you're just going through the story mode the first time and you get some crazy lucky drop, but again, I doubt it's worth anything. So, but we're gonna find out because that's what we're here for. Alright, so gonna go through, kill Hector, take the wings. We'll do the bathhouse trial when we find it. It's usually to the left and down, almost always. So, but not always. So, now, if you are power leveling, we're going to go back and swap to a ring. We're going to go back and grab our Call of the Void, which is right here. Replace the Death Rush with it. Go back to the bathhouse. Make sure we have our Herald of Ice turned on still. And we're not going to worry about dying in this zone at all, because this is the worst zone ever invented in the game, because it is just porcupine death after porcupine death, unless they all just shatter and die because they're frozen, because you have a Call of the Void on. So now you can hit them and no porcupine spines. Can still die to barrages and being frozen and all that other fun stuff. Stun locking, but you're not dying to these lovely porcupine packs. So again, yay, look, safe and sound. Because this is the worst zone to have to run back through 4 times when your potions have no charges because you've already killed everything else and you're just trying to get back across. So that ring right there makes all of this totally worth it. Don't really care to kill that. Obviously, if we were in the need of needing a farmer, we would take Katujin, because I've had him on my very first roll or opening of him to have a divination, or very early for him to have a div, or 2 or 3 div. I've started a league with 3 div because of a Tujin. So this boss is pretty straightforward. His worst part is the balls that'll do degen, the little ones that fly around the room and slow you down. Again, I'm kind of doing a weird build and I don't feel like respecking. So, I mean, I have 10 points that I haven't assigned. So, usually this fight's a lot quicker and easier. But just kind of head to each side of the map or zone as you're fighting, and you pretty much tucker because they're all gonna follow you, but you keep from having to deal with like this horde of balls because they can only be on one side of the map at a time, and they move slow enough you can just move out of their way, kind of kite him, and should be easily dead. Again, we don't need to wait, we can just simply run on. So at this point, we can just go back to the bathhouse and keep moving. Or you can turn in, either which way, because at this point you kind of got a couple items that are filling your inventory, but nothing too bad. I'm going to go this way because the Val Zone got in our way. This zone's door is almost always to the top right, top middle-ish, depending on what spawns in the way or not in the way. Like the luxury hideout. We could still be over here to the right. Let's just finish out checking. Yep. So now we're on the concourse. And we basically have to come this way, whereas the other bridge we don't. So that's the reason why I kind of like using this portal or waypoint to get back to the bridge. Unlike the first time, there's really not much value to kill this one. The Nightbringer Lucius. I mean, I guess there's a little bit of value in the fact that you can maybe get some gear, but you're really not going to get anything of huge value, so you can just skip. I mean, you do get some experience, so... Alright. We're in the temple, so now we got to figure out if it's temple 1 or 2 that have the plate. I have a feeling it's going to be temple 1, and it's going to be over off to one of these side rooms, if I had to guess, since this area kind of branches off to the sides a bunch. So we'll see if that's true, or if it's later on, once we get towards the carpet area. But generally speaking, you're just going to run straight through the carpet along the path like we did just the same the first time we were in the Lunaris Temple / Solaris Temples. It's pretty much the same design as before. There's just different monsters in them. Gotta check to make sure they didn't add that plate over on this other side just to toy with us. They did not. Okay. Or is it up here? Nope. Alright. Like I said, usually I would skip, but we're looking for the plate so we can test to see if that is worth or not. Just check and make sure the tree wasn't part of that. Didn't think it was. Alright, I'm going to pause the video and finish searching level 1 out. Yep, it's over here on this wing. Walk up the steps. Get agitated by this guy. Here we go. And then there's the little plate. And we just step on it and it lights the candles up. And there we go. So you can see it was just kind of around the corner. Probably going to be similar, and every time you do it, it's going to be in this general area as a prong. So now we'll need to go back to the promenade. I'll pause the video once we get this orb and go back through that run, because that's just such a waste of time, but we'll see what it does. Again, we're looking for long path straightaways here, same as the first time. Like such. It's probably not going to be to the right because it would be building itself up too much on top of itself. So we're going to go around to the right and then back to the left, because this is where it's going to have room to build. Again, it needs more room to build. So it's either or, then possibly, yep, straight across. Alright. Can't be to the bottom because it built on top of itself. And here we go. Again, we're going to pop a portal. So this time it's a little trickier. Look for the dead, I think it's the dead bodies. That's the giveaway versus the non-dead bodies. Those are, I believe, the flag on which side. Okay, how did I miss? Or is it? Yeah, it's the dead bodies that you need to follow. I just missed the turn because I was skipping the essence. Again, we can just skip over, make our way up, touch, and go. Again, kites. The only hard thing is if the main thing that'll kill you here is that charge attack. That shot is the one that's kind of the dangerous one. And we'll just kind of... My damage isn't great again because, well, I don't have anything set up how I'd like it to be, or should have it set up. At this point I might be better off just shifting to my actual build, but we might just keep up with this. Alright, we'll get our moon orb. Then we port back to town. Okay, I'm going to pause the video again until we get over to the promenade. Now that we've touched both switches. And then I'll show you what happens at the door. Okay, we ran back through the promenade. And now we have our door. And we should stand here. The door will open because we've touched both plates. And we go in the stairs. And Twilight's End. And we get silk slippers. So it, from what I was reading and seeing online, you basically get a unique boot. Assuming that you're level 56 is what the game's assuming, 50 to 60, it's going to be a unique boot that's lower than probably level 60. Which really isn't a whole lot of the good ones, so you're probably going to just get some really crappy boot. I mean, now, don't get me wrong, if you need these boots and, you know, you're doing a Zoomancer and you hit these boots, you're going to be happy. Maybe, because you're probably going to have better than 7 move speed at this point. You're just trying to go through. If you're power leveling, definitely do not. If you're league starting, I don't think it's worth it. You're probably better off just running the couple white maps and earning enough money to buy these, because they're probably going to be like a chaos on any of these. I mean, I guess you could get lucky with an amazing boot, but keep in mind, to get it, there we go, you've got to go to Solar's Temple level 1, to Lunar's Temple level 1, back through the promenade, and then into to get to this room. Now, obviously, you're going to hit kind of hit this path, but then you got to go past it here, go through the bathhouse, get all this stuff done, come back through the Grand Promenade. There's not a good way to leave a portal up to hold your spot. It's halfway through the promenade, so, you know, pretty much garbage. To get a unique boot this early, maybe, like I said, it's going to be a huge gamble for a lot of waste of time. Definitely not worth taking the time out. Unless you're really just kind of hurting. So at this point, we'll do all of our kind of turn-ins. Didn't mean to click him. Because again, we're pretty much down to just the final boss, so we've completed everything. So we're just gonna talk to everybody, get all their turn-ins. Again, back to the same discussions and tries. I like to get green at this point because I should have a Vault Orb. See if we get something decent or not. Just shove these in my dump tab. Put that away. Really, that's not good enough to sell. It's not going to be good enough to sell. Alright. Would they throw Joe in here? We're just going to keep making myself get those pop-ups every 40 minutes. Alright. So, useless there. We're going to go back to concourse. Don't do the plate thing. It's a waste of time. It's almost all of these little fun gimmicky side things are wastes of times unless you just get dead super lucky and tag something really good. But I'm trying to think of an early game boot Wanderlust maybe, because you have freeze immunity. But by the time you get to this, early in the game with like 10% move speed or whatever it is, 20% move speed and freeze immunity, I mean, maybe the Uter boots if you're a minion build and you really just need it, but I mean, you're going to probably be able to farm more currency killing things on the bridge than you are in the same amount of time. So I would say just move on. So that would be my thing. Alright, so we'll battle the sisters. This one's a pretty easy fight. Just stay behind Lunaris or Solaris when she's up, because all of her damage is forward loading. This kind of really just doesn't matter. The biggest part is once you get to kind of the next phase, phase 2, because then she starts leaving the ground. Again, pretty simple. Just deal with this. Your resist here is what drives whether or not you have an easy or hard time with this fight. Those like frozen orbs that fall are what really do the most damage. As I die to the other thing that does some damage. So we'll just kind of get some damage out. Like I said, I'm really not caring about my death ratio at the moment. And if I was really trying to go super fast, I would have like really planned this out and go ahead and spend the respec points. But I knew I was going to be going slower to explain. I kind of wanted to draw these fights out a little bit so you could kind of see the mechanics and what to avoid. Like, don't step in these void spheres. Watch out for these beams by standing behind. So I'm kind of dragging these fights out, keeping my DPS down, instead of just one-shotting the boss in like a half second and you're like, okay, that's great. Well, how do I like deal with that? And even with keeping my damage down, you can see it's kind of, I can pop the bosses pretty quick if I wanted to. Again, we're just trying to watch out. Her sides really don't hurt. It's the degen balls here, and then what she rains stuff down is what gets you. Again, no need to talk to them. And now we're at the start of Act 8. They're actually, sorry, 9. Here's a good place to kind of get caught up on levels if you're behind. We're a little behind, so I'm going to kill a little extra. Not too worried about it though, because there's a better spot to like mass farm. I'm not going to go out of my way on the bridge, like down the side paths to get experience, because there's a better place to kind of do that micro farming. And that's the reliquary in Act 10. So this is a zone, or Act 9 can be one of the fastest acts in the game besides Act 10. In Act 9, if you have a kind of power level helper, somebody that has the waypoints, you can pretty much skip the entire act by just rapidly jumping around between waypoints. Just trying to rush through the bridge. Pardon. Don't need to talk to anybody. Just head straight to the descent. Here you're kind of just making your way across. It's always opposite of the start. Don't really need to follow the road. You technically can follow the road or the pass, but you see these kind of feet paths that have been created where the snow's kind of melted off from the caps. They'll actually lead you around to the exit. So if you're on complete white, then you're not going the right way. Now the nice thing is if you die, you just start right previous place. It considers each hoist kind of a checkpoint. So, alright. Just kind of dodging some of that damage, so I don't have to run back again. Thank you for notification. How about instead we go down the desert? Alright, so here we've got a couple of places we need to find the waypoint, which is critical. You need the waypoint. Do not skip the waypoint. You can skip the waypoint and then you'll hate yourself later, because the only way to get back down to the desert is either through a portal, which is going to be at the Scorpion boss, which is not ideal, or you're running all the way out of the Scorpion boss, all the way back across her zone, all the way back to this zone, or you're going down the descent again. Both sound miserable, so make sure you find the waypoint. Most of the times they're towards the bottom back zone edge. And then you'll need to find this door, which we can't go in. I usually just drop a portal because we'll need one there later anyways. And then I start looking for the storm kind of part where we get the quest item to open the door. Which is right here. The storm weather chest. Kind of clear off some of this ads and junks first. Get rid of the corpse exploding guy, because, you know, yay, corpse exploding. Alright. Storm weather chest. Depending on your build, you can probably just stand here in the middle and just hold your attack down. Get the storm blade. Then we know where it is over here already, so we're just going to run back over. It's not that far of a run. Here you could, because we have a portal, we could have, you know, went back to town by log off, log in, or not log off, but yeah, go to character screen, come back, force ourselves back to town. Do our little sin. Bunja, just grab that because we just need to go back, talk to Sin again, talk to them, get our bottled storm, go back down our portal, and now we can go through the door. So Oasis is usually a loop one way or the other. Just kind of depends. So you're either going to loop on the top side or you're going to loop through on the bottom. But you're usually going to kind of be back around towards the same starting area as you're going to get. There's the desert hideout if you don't have it. It's going to loop on the top side this time, it looks like. So we'll start making our way across. That's going to be the hidden vault along the whole Syndicate storyline. And there we are, Sandpit. Everybody's favorite boss. Biggest thing here is just don't get hit by her poison swipe, which is her big tail swipe or slam. That tail swipe. So alright, so now we get to play Chase the Thing. Or have the Scorpion chase us. So she can go as far as basically where you see her attack go. But you basically have to be... She has to be able to attack you before she can move forward. So she's not close enough to see you to make her tail attack. In the sandstorm, she will not move forward and you have to back up. Like in this case, there it goes. There we go. And then she should be able to go to there because that's about as far as it goes. And now she should be able to jump to this one or the one right before. There's the tail slap, which means she should be able to come to the door, which she can. We just get behind it and let her do her thing. And that's the worst feeling ever because now we get to do this all over again, but at least we don't have to drag her. Again, I have 0 defenses, no evasion, no armor, nothing at all. I mean, I guess I have suppress, but not even that much suppress, like 20% suppress. This fight's pretty straightforward. Again, we're just dodging her tail. At least now that we've tapped the door, we don't have to run all the way back. The annoying pieces is when she starts bouncing all over. So... And if you're wondering, I'm building a ward character, which is why I'm not really taking life or energy shields or those types of defenses because they're not going to do much good because I'm going to have ward. So it's just going to be a couple extra deaths, which are going to slow me down, but, you know, it is what it is. Also, my tree that I need for pretty much all the other skill points moving forward is purely going into cluster jewels for like the remaining like 45 points or so I get. So again, kind of just not a great place, but we got her killed. Don't need to wait and talk. We just go back to town. Again, waste of time to talk to anybody. We got to go back. So here's where I was saying, if you don't have this waypoint, you're either running all the way through this zone or you're running all the way through this zone again to get back here. So do not skip the Vastiri Desert. Again, if you have somebody who has the waypoints that can port you around, a guild member or friend, you can literally just skip to the next waypoint, to the next waypoint. You don't have to deal with this back and forth running. And what I usually do in those cases is once I get the door open to the Oasis, is I let them run and fight the Shakira boss, the boss, all the way to the point where she's in the sandpit, and then open me a portal, and then I go from there. So grab the waypoint. We'll grab the bowling lake. Because they can do that while I'm coming through this area. And it just makes things faster. You'll get behind on levels, but it's fine. Like I said, there's a really good leveling zone in Act 10 to kind of get you caught up on levels, or if you need to get gems leveled, that kind of stuff. So for this zone, you're just trying to make your way across real quick, get to the boss. Which is where? Should be right around here. Here we go. Basically, you want to wait until they kind of do the whole fire spit. And then when they do the petrify, get behind them, and that's your chance to do all the damage in the world you can. And then again, wait for the fire spit, get behind them. Then they're going to do their tail fire a few times. And then again, we're going to get behind while he's doing his fire. Petrify, I-beam, we just get some damage in for free. So really an easy boss, even if you just don't have any damage. So, you know, this is what it's going to kind of feel like when you're fighting them in a league start, which is what I'm trying to show. Because a lot of, you know, my guildmates are like, "What? How do I get better at league start?" And so trying to show them boss mechanics, things like that with these videos as well. Once we have that, we go back to town. Go back to our waypoint, go back to the foothills. And now we start searching. Of course, we have a syndicate encounter, which just kind of caught me off. But now we need to find the bull for the calendar. He's usually in a stockade. Which ones, really hit and miss, can be anywhere. Just kind of got to search the zone out. I've even had them like right at the start. I've had them at the very end. I've had them on the ledge over here. So can be just about anywhere in the map. But he does try and stick towards where the kind of barricades are. We'll get our pop-up that we need to kill him, and then we'll find him. Probably right there. What he charged. Yep. Get our calendar, and then we're moving on. So here in the tunnel, we'll get our trial. Which is usually like straight down one of these side paths early on. Again, somebody leveling you and you don't need the trial, you can skip to the whole entire next zone and skip running through all of this. I might pause the video and switch over my gear and fix a few damage issues, just so we can continue on without taking everybody's time too much. Oh, come on. Waypoints, I mean, you're going to get it when you come through, but if you skip it when you're not coming through, it's not a big deal. Because if you're going to, help power level a friend or something, you're not going to ever need this waypoint anyways. So you'll get it if you're doing it yourself. You'll skip it if you don't. Not a big deal. We'll grab this waypoint. Again, don't need to bother talking to anybody. Just get through. Shrine of the Winds for our skill point. Thanks to the ores, she should be used to not standing in tornadoes at this point, but she still has a big hit. Like, her big overhead slash is where her main damage comes from, and the tornadoes. But she does kind of like a leap up in the air and then slashes down, and that's where she does most of her damage. That and her charge dash. Yeah, is that kind of whirlwind slash spin attack that she just does that like will hit really hard along with her dash, and she usually does her dash into that, and that's that combo that gets you. So as you can see, in her fight, it's a lot about just not standing still. Again, kind of rotating around so you don't get hit by her charges and her dashes. Alright, we'll pick up the feather. Then, depending on how I feel, I either go back to town with a portal and come back to the portal, but of late they've been kind of putting the next zone anyways, the refinery, kind of along this top edge. Used to be they were always across from each other, but as you can see here, it's not the case half the time anymore. The refinery's in the top. So there is a way to follow the train tracks to kind of make your way through the refinery. I usually just kind of find my way through like I do every other zone, where is kind of go to the edge and then work your way up or down, because that's how all the zones are. Never probably realized just how simplistic the whole zone mechanic is. Now there is a crafting recipe or a chest in here in this zone. There's a hidden I don't want to say hidden piece. There's a doorstep, kind of a sewer grate. That's what it is. That you need to find. It doesn't light up or mark on your map at all. It's probably over here, right? Yeah, right there. And when you get to it, you can get to the refinery tunnels, which basically has these monsters and a crafting recipe in there. So, and I'm trying to remember what it was. It was something silly again, off the wall. Or not mainstream crafting, because I didn't want to move the existing crafting ones and force everybody to spend hours trying to find these cutesy ones. So if you skip them, it's not going to be a bother. I mean, unless you're into like really weird crafting early. So this fight, where people get it wrong, is when he slams is when he does all of his damage. Well, the lightning doesn't help. Because he does earthquake, so it hits and then it explodes like 3 seconds later. And that's the piece that gets people. And see, he slams and then boom, there's the spikes, there's the damage. So they think that they have evaded the attack or, you know, aren't getting hit. But that's what's causing the damage to come, or where the damage comes from. I need to get my DPS up. Having 20 some skill points just sitting void is not great. But we're so close, he says. Could also just get good and not die. But I'm trying to show the actual visuals, which in a game that visuals is something you just don't get to see much of to begin with. It can be a little hard to, you know, sort all this out of what's exactly going on. Alright, so now we obviously are going to definitely go back. And at this point, we're not coming back to this zone. So we kind of just want to do all of our turn-ins. Get all of our rewards. Get our skill points. So, Belly of the Beast. Fun times, fun times. Again, kind of just a path. Having a bleed potion or bleed immunity some way here, super helpful. This zone is the worst for dying in. I should probably get my potions fixed. Because it's a very long walk back. Now I'm going to go ahead and say that since I hit that try there, which is usually never the right way, that is probably down this way. I'm going to go ahead and pick these 2 Divine Flask up because they're going to be much better than what I have on right now. Go and get them charged up. Yep, as we can see. Instead of dying there, I live. And then die again to a chaos ball. So, alright. Well, you guys are probably tired of watching me run back through this a few times, so... if I die again, which is a possibility, because I'm being lazy, which is actually slowing me down. I will pause the video and just dash through this real quick. Yay! Again, I'm kind of just rushing and not slowing down and attacking and not putting my skill points in because I need to go buy my jewels and spend 2 hours doing that for my points to be meaningful, or I'm going to have 20 points that the second I get past Katava, I'm respecking. And I had the regrets, so I don't know why I'm worrying about it, but... so for here, you're just going to pick, doesn't matter which one you pick first, you got to go through all of them. Or just things here, it's just, they each have like a cyclone kind of aspect, or at least 2 of them. Dodri's just got her curses. But these little blue cyclones are what really can stun lock you if you haven't selected the Crab's affinity. If you don't have Soul of the Brain King, you can get stun locked with them. For this fight, really, it's just the book spam, and then, which is kind of annoying because my skills like to auto-target the books and not her. But, and then her barrage of those kind of blue balls that she shoots out. So again, she's invulnerable again. And try and get as much damage as we can while she's doing that. So we can just dance around these. As you can see, having the right tier potions make a huge world of difference. I guess it also doesn't help I don't have any of my labs done yet either, because that would have been a huge DPS boost as well. And she's down. Malagories. His purple cyclones can be really an issue if you don't have ranking, because there's basically a bleed vortex and they hit quickly, and that creates a lot of problems in regards to just stun locking and permanently stun locking you. I've had some people like, why can't I not get past any of those? And I'm like, because you're getting stunned. Alright, for this fight, really just kind of want to stay out of the purple spikes that he shoots. Everything else is pretty not that bad. Even his boomerangs aren't terrible. Just try not to, you know, get hit by him 100 times. It's more when he does. Where'd you go? There you are. There's purple kind of spikes on the ground are what really eat your life up in a hurry. Alright, he's split apart. As you can see, damage is a lot better because I'm not dealing with like a million books where my fire is trying to chase him down. And got hit by the spikes and that got me, and of course I was just trying to finish him off. Here we go. And last but not least, Dodri. And for Dodri, it's going to be a little tricky for us because we're going to want to try and stay out of her screen, but we're going to have nowhere to hide. Well, maybe not. So when she screams, you want to get behind one of the accursed monoliths. They block the screen. But basically, rinse and repeat the fight. And like I said, here's where we can run a little bit of a challenge, but especially if a high AoE, that's just knocking these things out. But usually if you do that, you're killing her much quicker than what I'm doing currently. Alright, so now we're on to Sin, who will open the door. For the Deprived Trinity. Again, it's about just not standing on things that are on the ground. Again, just don't get hit by the purple, etc. Or the lightning. And once these guys pop up, just kind of dance around them. Like I said, really should probably just switch into my actual build. So, but it's just rinse and repeat, so I'll pause the video and finish this boss off real quick and be right back. Alright, so I was going to show you one thing here. once you get them close to death, that'll help you out, is once you kill them, go ahead and walk down towards the end of this, and then you can walk straight to Lily and hop straight to Oriath. So we gotta help Bannon by killing Plague Wing. Usually isn't too hard of a fight. Now that we've done that, we can just go across to the do I want to turn Grace on instead? Yeah, do I have... Sometimes you have to go around things by going over these side pieces. Not always, but sometimes. So now that we're at Ravage Square, a few people just work their way straight down. I like to kind of go kind of left to right counterclockwise is probably the better way to say it. So love. I might put Grace on so I just quit dying as much. Just tank the elemental damage. But the reason I like to do this is it kind of lets you just circle around really efficiently. So we go to control blocks. Pick up the waypoint, important to get that waypoint. So if you remember the first time you come through here, we pick the eyes up and that kind of stuff. You'll notice that we're back right where we killed the guy where we picked the eyes up at. So we're really running the same exact zone but in reverse. So the same holds true about being able to jump through and kind of clear over to the other side. Come on. There we go. Just trying to dive to the arena. And this fight's pretty straightforward. Just don't stand in any of the beams. He'll throw some balls out that then he bounces back towards him. Those. Which he can bounce back towards him. Right there. So... I might even just toss a portal, just in case I accidentally click wrong. Once you get him to a certain point, he'll start just flying around again. When that happens, just kind of walk around in a circle and you'll miss them almost every time. Alright, so once he's dead, we're going back to the docks. Again, we don't need to pick anything up. We go back to the control docks, or blocks, which is why we want that waypoint. Now here, if you're just rushing to finish, and you don't care about getting these like items and stuff, you don't need to do these side quests kind of deals. That's fine. I mean, I get it. I like to do them, especially on League Start for power leveling. Not nearly as important. But we are going to talk about this zone to begin with, because if you're behind, I'm 6 levels behind now, because I'm in this zone. This zone is the best zone for catching up on levels. If you need to get caught up on levels before you go into maps. It's the highest zone prior to mapping that you can get. Well, the troughs are technically 68, but they don't let you loop as well or easy. What I mean by looping is you'll see here that you can go in a circle through this whole entire zone. We'll do that real kind of quick here just to give an example. So you can just kind of pave through the zone, killing everything as you go, getting up a lot of experience points. Of course there'll be some more syndicate, because why not? But it'll be fine. We'll just not trigger them. Unless they're literally sitting where I need to be. I don't think they are. Nope. So, but basically, once you make the outside circle on the right side, you just come down the left side, and you can do it clockwise, counterclockwise. You can bounce over here to the middle, find a big pack or whatever. And then when you get back around to the start, you can control click and then start a new instance and make the loop again until you get caught up on leveling. So once we get theoretically, we're just going to kind of make our way across. Once you get across the bridge, you got to kind of come back this direction. Get your waypoint, go into ossuary for your other piece. Now this you kind of have to because the bone pits has your final trial. So you want to make sure that you cover that. Also has a hideout if you're new to the game. There's our item. And like I said, usually the trial's probably right here. Yep, be right there. Once you get the trial, portal back out. Go back to the Rabbit Square. And I promise when we get to the end of the video, I'm going to cover another kind of concept that a lot of people get frustrated with, and it's hard to explain. So I really wanted to show in this video, which will kind of cover why I died so much. So if you've watched this long, or you've jumped through, or you're like, wow, this guy really sucks, I've done it for a reason, but I kind of want to hold it just a little longer. But, you know, if you're kind of getting bored at this point of watching me die, especially as I'm starting to die more frequently, I promise there's a reason for it. So just like before, we got to make our way all the way across, same as last time in Acts 5. Gonna just mute myself since my dogs are wanting attention. Sorry, I had to pause the video as the dogs were going a bit nuts as we had somebody come to the door. But anyways, we made it through the torch and we're in the desecrated chambers. Again, same thing as last time. Gonna go up and over. So not a lot of new items here. So just for the sake of time, I'm gonna possibly just pause the video. We'll see how it goes. If I can just zip through one quick time, which I think we can do. It would really depend if we get hit with a bleed or not. Here should be the up and over that we have to take. Yep, there's the pelvic. Just drop a quick portal in case I need to come back into town. Because I die before I get to the other waypoint. Now here normally I would, not be as far behind. Standard boss fight, resumed. Basically again, just stand behind best you can. Kite around in a circle. So as you can see, not too terrible. Those beams will apply degen, so try and stay away from them. That's a bit of a BS attack, but whatever. So you just want to kite in a circle, going around and around, staying out of the beams. And basically just constantly get around. So I'll pause just so you guys don't have to watch forever, because as I can see, my damage is pain for this guy is he gets his energy shield back every time you die, so it just takes a bit of time. So get a little more risky here with my attacks, see if I can keep him from getting an opportunity. From regenning again, so I can actually get some damage in that's not just knocking his energy shield off. At least I caught his energy shield before I got too far. So once we get the staff, we go back to town, and then we only have one last thing to really do. So at this point would be when we turn everything in, because we're done. Here's a good place to get, you know, sulfur flask or a few others, or skill point. A good belt usually, sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not. Some extra regrets. We make Bannon get sick and blow up. Lanny gives us a 4-link chest based on what we would need for our class. Just talk to them. You can head to the Sanctum if you want, but now we're up for the final fight. And keep in mind, I haven't done any labs. I'm 18 points. I'm 4 points or 4 levels below this zone. 6 levels below the, you know, max zone here. Haven't touched my points for several levels. Don't have much life. And the reason I'm saying all this is I wanted to kind of show one thing I get from new players, some of our newer guild members, is they're like, I suck, I die all the time, I will never make it through the story, I barely made it through the story the first time, I don't like doing this, you know, it's a nightmare, it's a terrible thing, that kind of stuff. And they're like, it just takes me like, you know, a week to get a character through story. And I'm like, it should never take you more than like 10 to 12 hours. You're just kind of fooling yourself. However, they then come back, no, look at my playtime. And sure enough, they've taken a week to get through the story. And I think a lot of it's because they just don't understand how the maps work. So they spend so much time over mapping or over leveling, or they're trying to, they don't want to die 500 times before they get to the end boss. So, you know, like, oh, if I'm not 20 levels ahead and killing things really well, and I'm dying all the time, that's just terrible. I've got to stop. I've got to find gear. I need to, you know, improve my character. You know, try and buy stuff off the market. Need to farm up, so I got to sit there and farm with somebody, you know, a zone I can farm in that's way under, and get better gear so I quit dying. So I've been trying to show in the last couple of zones, you can literally just throw your face at the keyboard and make it through storyline in a decent amount of time. So that's kind of the reasoning why I've, you know, basically been doing that, throwing my face at the keyboard and seeing if I win. And sure enough, I've making it through. And granted, that's gonna be rough, but we picked Resurrect in Town for a reason. So we'd have our potions and we could maybe just dart around that. I'm gonna grab some portal scrolls while I'm here. So again, the smash your face against the keyboard method actually works. Don't waste the time trying to make your character like amazingly good. Now I will say, if you're behind and you're behind levels, your gear's not good, your resist is terrible, do not kill Katava. Go through the reliquary, get your gear, get some equipment, get yourself kind of suited, because the next 30 resist hurts. And it's really almost impossible to run maps with bad resist. You can get away with like 60 all. Anything less than 60 all and you're just going to hate maps, and maps are a finite resource. So especially early in the league, I've ran into where players have also had that issue. They decided, I've got to beat Katava, get my like last 2 points, and then I'll go back. I'm like, no, have you got all your labs up to, you know, Mercy done? Have you gotten, you know, your resist sorted out on some rings and, you know, some belts, you know? No. I'm like, well, then there's no point to deal with Katava. I teach them how to, you know, hey, just add 30 to what you currently have, or subtract 30 of what you have, and that's how much more you need to get. So you can start mapping. So that's why I've kind of been just smashing my keyboard or face against the keyboard method here, dying a million times because I wanted just to have a segment that I could also just break out talking about this. You know, I'm gonna probably die a half dozen times in this Katava fight, just like I have in everything else. Maybe not, because Katava's pretty easy, give or take. I mean, hits me with anything and I'm gonna die, but including that maybe. So, but anyways, you know, that's. I think we're gonna finish out at about 10 hours. And I've basically made, I mean, early level, I didn't want to go through acts 1 through 7 smashing my face against the keyboard, because really it doesn't, like, you don't smash your face against the keyboard. You, no matter what build you have, it'll probably be able to make it through, or you can literally just pick up any other skill and it'll be fine. Because I get the, you know, well, I wanted to play a niche build and niche builds suck and I always have to play a meta build. You don't have to play meta. You can play something that sucks and you can sort it out and you can make it work. You can figure out how to do your own trees. You don't have to. I will say it's good to learn the game by following meta builds. They'll teach you a lot of the nuances, but it's not a requirement. I've got one guild person who insists that he wants to do minions the way he wants to do minions, and he does minions the same way he does minions every time. And he has fun. He's probably frustrated with it a lot, but it's how he wants to play the game, and he's fine with playing the game that way. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I think, you know, there's some admiration into it even on the account that. Let's see if I can just get over here in the corner and clear some of this so I can make it through to the next section. Oh, come on, quit blinking on me. With one life left. Thank you. So that's the reason why. I kind of just wanted to show that, you know, 20 some skill points down. Haven't touched your gear since, you know, Act 4. Haven't touched skill gems since Act 3. Haven't really done anything to, you know, I only have 1200 life, which basically means no life off my gear. Basically just have, you know, I don't even have that many life nodes. I think I have 6 life nodes. That's it on the tree. No defenses. I don't have armor. I don't have any special gear. So even with that, I'm still able to make my way through the entire story. No problem. So just kind of wanted to point that out because I get a lot of frustrated new players with that. When we get done, I'll show you the number of times I've died and how long we've taken. And it's going to be flat out embarrassing. But we did it for a reason. Because I wanted to show people your perception is what your perception is. It's not a truth. Because I think that their perception is what causes them to take forever. And then because they're not getting into maps, they're not actually making any loot. Or not making decent loot because there's not, you know, you can't have a tree where you've cleared the maps tiers 1 through 5 and you're running some, you know, essences, or you're running a few harvest with your Jinky build and making, you know, 10 chaos a map. You can't do that in story mode. You're just not able to. So, but you can get to where you can sustain maps enough that you can actually farm up and start making some gear, get your build going. it really just does not like to hit when it's over there, huh? But since I've kind of mentioned and kind of covered that, I'm going to just pause the video while I finish up this fight, because there's really, I guess there's the one point I need to mention here in a second. Is when he does this big breath from one side or the other, there's always a safe zone opposite of where he starts. And he actually makes a really large kind of scream when he starts that. Inhale, he does a really big inhale sound. And that's how you know he's started to do it instead of one of his smaller ones. But you always, whenever you see him kind of start at a far corner versus the middle, you just have to run all the way to the far side and stand in the corner, and you'll be like this. You'll miss the whole four flame. There's only like this little corner that doesn't get counted. Because yeah, I don't have the correct skill gem setups. These are literally the ones I put in Act 2. Could be having a lot higher, a lot better. I guess I've maybe put some in Act 4 when I was there, but I don't have, multi-strike and a few other things that make this skill a lot stronger. Don't have additional, kind of chaining options. I don't have the right damage types. I've got cold and lightning, which really don't add much because we're converting our physical to fire. Yeah, I could do fire options, combustion, ignite, those things. And this skill would be a million times better. It'd actually feel good. But, as you can see, completed it. Died 125. And did it in 5 hours, 56 minutes, and 47 seconds. So, even if you suck and you just smash your keyboard with 0 damage on a build, you can get through start to finish with just a little bit of gear on an alternate character. You can get through story mode in like 6 hours. And really there was about a half hour when I kind of paused and had to deal with delivery. So really 5.5 hours. So don't get discouraged. Don't think that you need to like super ultra farm. Take the deaths. Obviously, if you're hardcore, ignore that statement. You're not getting anywhere. But don't be afraid to, just smash your character into the bosses. Smash your character through the zones. It's frustrating, it's aggravating, but you can literally do it with very little gear. I mean, none of this is overly top end at all. I mean, it's nice for leveling gear, don't get me wrong. These are speed, but they offer nothing else, just speed to move through. These are literally level 1, so they're giving me like 32 dexterity is all this belt's doing, and it's not even that. It's just a tabula with all the wrong options in here, really. Not even running a great one. I mean, these are not perfect rolled by any means. I mean, I guess the biggest wow factor here is the Astromentis, but it's the only thing that makes Hollow Palm like pseudo work. And on my tree, I literally just wasted like all of my tree building out what I wanted to for my actual build, which is going to be a Cobra Lash build. So like this entire wing that I've spent here does me no good. That's really not doing me any good right now. This dexterity is doing me good for now because it's giving me a little bit of damage, but not much. Only had those 3 lives, these 2, so I had 5 increased life on my actual tree, and like no life on my gear, no defenses. Let's see, do I even have armor evasion rating? Not even enough for 1% evade. No armor, no nothing. I did have these immunities due to purity, but even now my resists aren't great, which is another reason I'm dying a bunch, because I didn't bother to deal with any of the resists. Well, this is after Katava, but still, these were only 60s. They weren't overcapped before Katava. So, not great resist, 0 chaos resist, almost nothing going on with this tree to help me survive. Most of it was just paving points, and I was still able to finish story. So, it feels overwhelming, but it's not. You just make it overwhelming. So, anyways, that is all the tips, tricks. We've covered all of the kind of start finish components. Meaning, and I didn't even do labs. So, we covered all the side stupid things as well, like whether it's worth doing the temple components or not. So, which we found out it wasn't in Act 7. Or no. Yeah, Act 8, doing the side quest off of the Grand Promenade, completely useless. We went over Act 2, doing the side quest in the Fellshrine Ruins, completely useless, unless you get really lucky. So all the side stuff they added, really is just a massive time sink of no good. No values. So we're just gonna take our book here, which we gotten. So we just need to travel to the epilogue. So, again, I hope that helps. Kind of cover what it means to try and get through leveling. That you can do it with a smasher keyboard face against the keyboard method. I don't know why I'm dyslexic on that. And, make your way through the game without slowing yourself down with some false thoughts or hood that it's bad but that you're dying all the time and you're having to rerun and go back through. I mean, I died 125 times in 5 hours. That's what, 15 to 20 deaths an hour? Still got through in 6 hours. So, alternate character that has just a little bit of gear, a tabby basically, maybe a weapon, a couple uniques. There's some really good leveling uniques for different builds. I kind of cover a few in the other videos. I might cover one for leveling slams because there's just an amazing set of slam uniques. Two-handed axes are amazing. There's a whole path of two-handed weapons that makes slam skills really good. So, a whole bunch of options. I might actually level a slam build with those just to show the damage components and stuff. But that'll wrap up the kind of Acts 1 through 10 story mode. I'll do a separate video probably on labs, maybe. Not sure yet. Basically, I mean, running labs is running labs. The biggest thing for them is, knowing the mechanics. Maybe I'll just take a look at a few snapshots from POE lab and kind of cover what that looks like. But appreciate it. I know it's been really long. I'm going to work to, once the video's up, make sure that there's chapters for each of the acts so you can go back and forth between them. I'll probably speed up a few places where I'm not really talking a lot, so it'll, kind of help out on some of the videos. And I don't know why I'm telling you at the end, because you will have noticed all this. So I will quit rambling and hope you enjoy. Make sure you like and subscribe. Really helps out a ton. And I hope to kind of keep doing these kind of educational videos for people, especially as we start getting more and more people excited for POE 2, and we start kind of getting more D4, D3 Diablo defects. As POE 2 kind of fires up, because I feel a lot of the same game concepts will be there. Smashing your face against the keyboard through zones that are going to be a nightmare to get through. I think we're going to all be doing that. So letting people know it's okay to do it and not to get overwhelmed by dying a million times. It's just what the game does. It's a hard concept, but hopefully those types of things help new players out. And there's more topics. I want to cover Flask, some tips and tricks on those, how to roll them, what not to do to roll them, different ways to use regex on maps, those things. So stay tuned. Really appreciate you watching. Thanks.